Muy buenos días, and welcome to the second day of MACRI's first symposium. My name is Cecilia Elizondo Herrera, and I'm chair of the National Advisory Council to the Mexican American Civil Rights Institute. For those of you who joined us yesterday, welcome back. And for those new today, your first time, we are so excited to have you. As yesterday and today, we are privileged to hear from dedicated individuals like yourselves who have worked in civil rights on issues and challenges and pathways forward that will make our country a stronger, more equitable union. We, MACRI, have our legacy inspired by the legacy of San Antonio. We are the premier organization for chronicling and dedicating ourselves to advancing the Mexican American civil rights efforts here in the United States. So I welcome all of you again and ask you to enjoy as well as learn from today's sessions. And please continue doing the work you're doing to make civil rights in the United States a priority. I now am privileged to turn this over to another board member, Dr. Ezequiel Peña. Ezequiel, good morning.
Thank you, Cecilia. Welcome back to those of you who are joining us today, y bienvenidas y bienvenidos to those of you who are joining us for the first time. I'm a board member of MACRI, as Cecilia had mentioned, and also your symposium co-chair. I also serve as a faculty member at Our Lady of the Lake University. We're so delighted that you could join us today. As we mentioned yesterday, since MACRI's launch last year, we have presented or participated in 41 virtual programs, and a few of them have been live as well as we've been able. This symposium marks a culmination of those enriching and illuminating conversations. We're now halfway into our 42nd program, and what an amazing program it has been. Again, the symposium is one of MACRI's signature programs that will recur annually from here on out. It will serve as a gathering place to convene national conversations on Mexican American civil rights, past and present, as those of you who were able to join us yesterday can attest. I want to again recognize our MACRI Board of Directors, our National Advisory Council, our Scholars Council, and in particular our board chair, Dr. Paul Rees, for his leadership and dedication, and for all of the board members and staff members' dedication to helping MACRI, founded right here in San Antonio, as we've said, in becoming the national center of thought leadership for Mexican American civil rights in this very short period of time that we've been launched since 2020, now celebrating our second year, going into our third year. I want to thank our speakers from day one of our symposium and welcome all of our speakers, panelists, and moderators for today, for sharing your knowledge and ideas for the many, many participants from all over the country who are joining us for this National Courage Valor Virtual Symposium. We'll put the schedule of today's panel for your reference, but also please make sure to check your social media outlets for the listings as well. And be sure to comment and share with us your ideas and thoughts for the symposium, as well as engage in the question and answer sessions that we'll have with each presentation. I'd also like to give a special thank you to Dr. Sarah Zenaida Gould, to Barbara Aguirre, and to the program committee for all the work they've put into coordinating this wonderful conference. The fulfillment of our vision, of course, for this Courage Valor Symposium would not have been possible without the generous support and contributions of our event sponsors, AARP, OCI Group, and Creative Civilization. Gracias. Cecilia?
Thank you again, Ezequiel. And now we're privileged to hear from our Executive Director, Sara Gould, Dr. Sara Gould. Sarah?
Hello, thank you so much for joining us this morning on behalf of the Mexican American Civil Rights Institute's board and staff. We thank you for attending day 2 of the 2021 virtual symposium. Our virtual gathering to dig into Mexican American civil rights history and contemporary issues feels even more timely, as earlier this week, we learned that Latinos account now for over half of the United States population growth over the last decade. MACRI works to preserve, collect, and share the history of Mexican American civil rights, to draw connections between the past and the present, and to encourage our community to see themselves as critical participants in creating a more equitable future. We do this through programs like this annual virtual symposium, as well as through virtual MACRI talks, which happen just about every month. We have a MACRI talk. So follow us on social media to find out the schedule. We also conduct teacher training workshops to guide social studies teachers through the process of how to incorporate Mexican American civil rights history into the classroom. We have a biannual publication series that we call Brown Papers. We are just about to launch our inaugural exhibition, and that will become just the first of many exhibitions. And we're also behind the scenes currently developing a digital archive. This will be a place for primary resources about Mexican American civil rights history that will be very easily accessible by the general public. So it'll be a great resource for teachers, for students working on papers, or for anybody who's just interested in learning a little bit more about how Mexican Americans have advanced civil rights in this country. Though we are only 2 years old, we envision a future in which all Americans know that Mexican American civil rights history is integral to any understanding of US history. We envision a future in which all Americans can not only name Mexican American civil rights figures, but also name key issues and instances of Mexican Americans working to advance our nation's commitment to democracy. MACRI is headquartered in San Antonio, Texas, which is a city that has been a cradle for Mexican American civil rights history, for the Mexican American civil rights movement, with nearly 20 Mexican American civil rights organizations founded right here since the 19th century. But the Mexican American civil rights story is a national story. Mexican Americans have been working to advance civil rights in the United States, all across the United States. With your support, we will build a national center where families can visit exhibitions and participate in public programs, and where students, teachers, and scholars can conduct research on Mexican American civil rights history. Latinos are and have been the largest minority group in the United States for some time now, with more than 36 million Mexican Americans in the United States. And while there are more than 35,000 museums and historic sites in the United States, which, by the way, is more than the number of McDonald's and Starbucks combined in this country, there is not a single museum dedicated to Mexican American civil rights history. But we are here to change that. And I hope you show your support as we work towards this goal. We hope you enjoy day 2 of the 2021 virtual symposium presentations. If you missed day 1, those presentations, along with today's presentations, will all be archived on YouTube and Facebook. So you can watch them later on at your convenience, share it with your friends, share it with your family. We hope that this symposium will leave you with the courage, the valor for change. Thank you so much. And right about now, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. We have an opening address this morning from Dr. Gabriela Soto Laviaga. Dr. Laviaga is Professor of the History of Science and Antonio Madero Professor for the Study of Mexico at Harvard University. Her current research interests interrogate knowledge production and circulation between Mexico and India. medical professionals and social movements, and science and development projects in the 20th century. Her first book, Jungle Laboratories, Mexican Peasants, National Projects, and the Making of the Pill, won the Robert K. Merton Best Book Prize in Science, Knowledge, and Technology Studies from the American Sociological Association. Her second monograph, Sanitizing Rebellion, Physician Strikes, Public Health, and Repression in 20th Century Mexico, examines the role of healthcare providers as both critical actors in the formation of modern states and as social agitators. Her latest book project seeks to re-narrate histories of 20th century agriculture development aid from the point of view of India and Mexico. She has held numerous grants, including those from the Ford, Mellon, Fulbright, and Gerda Hinkle Foundations. In 2019, she received the Everett Mendelsohn Excellence in Mentoring Award from Harvard University. It's now my honor to welcome Dr. Gabriela Soto Laveaga.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Dr. Sineda. And I wish to start by saying a real big thank you to the Mexican American Civil Rights Institute for the invitation to speak with you today. It is a real honor for me to be with you. I also want to acknowledge the difficult situation that Texas is having in this moment with COVID, and I hope all of you and your loved ones are well. I wrote a column a couple weeks ago that appeared in the Washington Post. Every American needs to take a History of Mexico class, which has received a lot of traction. I was invited to speak about it on NPR, and I've received several speaking invitations, including this one, to further address the issue. This is all amazing. Yet what has been the most moving for me has been the dozens of emails from individuals who write to tell me about what they learned and did not learn when they were growing up. Many of these emails have been from Texans. One in particular stands out, a teacher in El Paso who said he was going to send it to each of his RISE training program students. I did not know up until that point what RISE was, and in El Paso. And he ends the email by saying, with several exclamation points, "No need to feel ashamed to be a Mexican in the US. Gracias, Gabriela." There was something about the opinion piece that resonated with so many, in large part because we all know that history is important. What histories we retell and the histories that we pass on. History does more than anchor us to the past. It helps to define who we are, and more important, who we will become. If we don't have our own narratives, then others will define us. Let me repeat that. If we don't have our own narratives, others will define us. If we are left out of the narratives, it is easier to exclude us in the present. Let me say that again. If we are left out of historical narratives, it becomes easier to exclude us in the present. I learned the power of history at an early age, but I didn't fully understand that knowledge of history, my history, our history, that it was power until I was much, much older. When I received the invitation to speak at this symposium, I thought about what I would say here today. What was it that I wanted to leave you with? And I kept going back to one memory that I hadn't thought about in years, but it just kept popping back up. And I want to share it with you today. And even though I hadn't thought about this in so many years, it's a direct line to my thought process today. So when I was in third grade, we were asked to give a 3-minute presentation on a historical figure. It was meant as a public speaking exercise, but for us kids, it was about playing dress up. When I told my dad, he said, "I know exactly who you should speak as." He spent hours telling me stories about this historical figure and what this person had done. He showed me how to move my arms and even how to stand. On the day of the presentations, mind you, I was an 8, maybe 9-year-old girl. I was wearing a priest's cassock, a black bandana over my hair, and I stood in front of my baffled 3rd grade teacher, and with a fist raised in the air, as my dad had rehearsed many times with me, shouted, "Viva un México independiente!" Long live an independent Mexico. In the long history of St. Margaret Mary School, I am certain that no girl or boy had ever chosen as their historical figure Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla, the father of Mexico's independence movement. But there I was, and I was proud because I did a great job. But here's another truth. I was also embarrassed. I was embarrassed that I had not picked, like all the girls in the class, Betsy Ross, Joan of Arc, Pocahontas, Rosa Parks, or any other well-known female historical figure. Instead, I had waved a Mexican flag and declared that Mexico should be free from Spain. You see, I adored my father, and I could see how much this meant to him. He had told me, your teacher will learn who Miguel Hidalgo was, and you can wave our flag in front of the whole class. They will know that you are Mexican. I didn't want to explain to my dad that my sisters and I, as the only Mexicans in this quasi beachside community school, were already reminded time and time again that we were Mexican, and often not in the kindest of ways. I thought I was doing this for my dad, but what I didn't realize until I was an adult was that through stories about history, examples from Mexico's past, my dad was giving me the needed material to build the armor required to be successful in a society that didn't necessarily see Mexicans as he did. His project, because it was a lifelong project, to educate us to be proud of being Mexican, had started earlier than third grade. When you walked into my childhood home, you were greeted with two framed images. One was, of course, the Virgin of Guadalupe, and the other was a large photo of a Mexican flag waving in the wind. These images mattered, but more important was that I was taught to understand what they symbolized. You see, my dad was a university professor like me, and for more than 25 years, he taught at Cal State LA. He was part of the founding generation of professors in the country's first Chicano studies department. Students packed his classes, and every semester he would come home with thank you cards or notes about what his class had meant to some. He saved every single one of these notes. Nearly all had a similar theme, that it wasn't until college that the student had learned something about Mexico. They had learned something about themselves, about their community, that they were surprised to learn about Mexico's long history, the history of Los Angeles, the history of Mexican Americans in the United States, and the vital role that Mexicans had in its development, the long history of fighting for equal education for Mexican Americans and Chicanos in this country. In a sense, history, these notes said, over and over again, had transformed their lives. I didn't understand until decades later that making me dress as Miguel Hidalgo or making us learn about Mexico's past were not random acts. He was gifting me the tools that I needed to make my own identity. And story by story, he was helping me build, as I said earlier, my armor. Armor that I didn't know I needed because as a child, I didn't quite grasp that racism against smart, determined little Mexican girls could be blatant, and it could derail even the most ardent of ambitions. But as your symposium is making clear, you don't have to be a historian, like my father or like me, to understand the urgency of having our community redefine our histories. History does more than anchor us to the past. Colonizers understood this, and this is why one of the most fought over topics is what will be in the grade school and middle school curriculum. Who will our children get to learn about even before they make it to high school? By the time they reach high school, they already have a laid out mental map of key themes, important dates, and groups that are worthy of discussion. Representation in history books deeply matters. Representation early on matters. And in history textbooks, the histories that are told and the adjectives that are used matter. It matters who is writing these histories and why they are being written. So my first point, to put it in bold, it is important that we understand our own history and be proud of it and pass it on with pride to our children, that the histories that we tell also matter. My second point is equally important, and it is the topic of my op-ed. It is not enough that we celebrate our past our culture, and our language. We need to make sure that the rest of society knows the richness of our past and our deep value in the present. Why? Because histories teach us to think not only about ourselves, but how we should think about others. We are trained to think about others in certain ways. Let me give you an example that I use with my own students. So I am in a history of science department here at Harvard, and I teach history of science classes. And I was the first person hired, the first tenured professor at Harvard to be teaching about history of science in Latin America, in particular, history of science in Mexico. It matters. It matters that I am in the top history of science department in our country, talking about history of science and scientists in Latin America and in Mexico. But every year I ask my incoming students to name 12 scientists. You can do this. You may not think you know 12, but you probably do. At the very least, you know at least 6 scientists and inventors. Einstein, Newton, Madame Curie, Edison, Charles Darwin, Galileo, Stephen Hawking. You can probably go on and on. Now, what if I asked you to name one Latin American scientist or inventor? Would most of you be stumped? Probably. What if I asked you to name one Mexican American inventor or scientist? Would you be stumped? Probably, maybe. We are not taught to think of Latin America as Latinos, as Chicanos, as Mexican Americans, as people who innovate, who discover. Because Latin America is not seen as a place of innovation. It was a place that was discovered. In the same way that greater populations need to learn a different story about Mexico and Mexicans, it matters what questions are being asked. Who are we celebrating? Are we celebrating the inventors, the scientists, as equally as activists, poets, and writers? We need to represent in our histories a broad stroke of society so that children can see the broad representation in the doctors, in the physicists, in the chemists that populate our communities. We need many more Mexican American scientists and business leaders in the textbooks, because these are the models that young minds need, as well as the cultural aspects. So my second point, every American needs to take a history of Mexico class that highlights the long history of Mexican industry, innovation, and cooperation with the United States, and especially the role, as Sarah said earlier, of Mexican Americans in the formation of the United States. Why? It is vital that we know our own histories, and it is urgent that others know our own history as well. If we don't educate others, if we don't teach others to see us differently, they won't. And I'll take here in my remaining couple of minutes, one of the examples that I mentioned in the op-ed, and it's about the St. Patrick's Battalion. And the reason I like this example, it's because it has a lot to teach us about today. So just very briefly, during the Mexican-American War, the US forces needed volunteers in order to invade Mexico, and they send out a call. And many recent immigrants answered the call, in large part because they were excluded from society. Many of them were poor, unskilled, uneducated. They had arrived as what we would now call refugees to the United States. Many of them were Irish, who were fleeing hunger, who were fleeing a society in which there was no future. So they had to go to the United States. So they joined the ranks of an invading army. But when they start going south to Mexico, when they start going into the lands south of Texas, what they begin to see is that this is an unjust war. With the desecration of churches, the desecration of altars, and the raping and pillaging of innocent Mexicans, many of these soldiers question why they're fighting. And they decide to fight for the other side. They join Mexican forces and fight against American soldiers. Now, the reason this is important is that today, Mexico celebrates the St. Patrick's Battalion, but in the United States, we rarely, if ever, mention this in history classes. And this is a great example of how complicated history is and how we can take one example and unravel it For example, the Irish, who today are so proud Irish Americans of their roots in this country, at one point, not that long ago, were excluded from society, were not given the same rights, were derided, were seen as unequals, were often not seen as white. What happens if we learn this history? How does that alter our understanding of current immigrants today, of the way of thinking of immigration in general? That's just one example. How rich would our questions be if we were able to discuss the transition that certain groups have over time, just to simply know this? So it teaches us a lot about ourselves and our society. But you can't find these histories if you're not looking for them, if you're not interested in looking for them. We need to have a clear agenda of what we want to achieve by learning our past. What is it that we need to say about our present, about our future? We need to have trained historians who understand why this matters and who are coming from our communities. Finally, I wish to give you the takeaways, the bullet points of the talk. Number one, if we don't have our own narratives, others will define us. If we are left out of narratives, it is easier to exclude us in the present. If we are left out of historical narratives, it becomes easier to exclude us in the present. That is always worth repeating twice. It is important that it's incredibly important that we understand our own history and we be proud of it and pass it on with pride to our children. Every American needs to take a history of Mexico class in order to understand themselves better, but also to understand larger society as well. Finally, I can't end this talk without saying that I wish my father was still alive so I could tell him of the work and the goals of MACRI. He would be so proud of what all of you are doing. Thank you again so much for the invitation to be with you today.
That was incredibly powerful and beautiful, and what a wonderful way to open today's symposium. I think that a few of us here are having to wipe some tears away following that talk. I just want to thank you, Doctora. That was amazing. That personal story in particular, I think many of us could relate to. Thank you so much. I hope if you missed any of that, you have to go back and watch it again, okay? Up next, we do have a keynote from the Honorable Joaquin Castro of the U.S. House of Representatives. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to recover from that last talk. Wow. Let me introduce Congressman Castro quickly. Joaquin Castro represents Texas's 20th district in the U.S. House of Representatives. Serving his 5th term, Representative Castro is a member of the House Intelligence and Education and Labor Committees, the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and is chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Subcommittee on International Development, International Organizations, and Global Corporate Social Impact. And he's the immediate past chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Representative Castro also founded the Congressional Pre-K Caucus, the U.S.-Japan Caucus, and the Congressional Caucus on ASEAN. Before Congress, Representative Castro graduated from Stanford University and Harvard Law and served 5 terms in the Texas legislature. And let me just double check. How are we doing? All right, I think we are trying to get him logged in. So just bear with us for 2 minutes. I'll take this moment to remind you that if you have tuned in late, all of today's presentations, as well as yesterday's presentations, will be available online to watch at your convenience on Facebook and YouTube. We also want to thank our sponsors, AARP, the OCI Group, Creative Civilizations, and our funders, including the City of San Antonio, Bexar County, and all of the individuals who have made donations to MACRI over the past 2 years. We could not be here without that support. I apologize, it just looks like we're having I think he's here, yes? I see him. Okay. I bring you the Honorable Joaquin Castro.
Good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to be with you. And I want to first say thank you to MACRI for putting together this symposium, and also to Sarah and everybody over there for your incredible work. In just a few short years, you're making an incredible impact in the San Antonio community and also in Mexican American civil rights. And I want to say thank you for that work and for convening us here today. I'm Joaquin Castro, and I proudly represent my hometown of San Antonio, Texas, in the United States Congress. I have what is the main San Antonio district. I say that because it's the only congressional district that's completely within Bexar County. We've got parts of 5 districts, 4 of which include part of Bexar County, our home county, but also stretch out to different parts of Texas. And so I have a big part of the west side of San Antonio where I grew up, including Our Lady of the Lake University, which houses MACRI, and also a big part of the south side of San Antonio, and then almost all of Northwest Bexar County. And I'm proud to be in my 5th term in the United States Congress. And before that, served the west side and the northwest sides of San Antonio in the Texas State Legislature, in the State House of Representatives. I have a twin brother, of course, Julian, that was city councilman, and then mayor and HUD secretary, ran for president in the Democratic primary in 2020. And also parents who were very involved in the Mexican American civil rights movement, particularly in the 1960s and 1970s. So this is an issue of great importance to me and to my family, and one that I literally have grown up around my entire life. And I'm very proud of that. I wanted to talk today, because I know our conversation is about Mexican American civil rights, about where we are, where I see us headed, and also what I think we need to do so that civil rights are coupled with economic and social and cultural advancement. And I want to start really quick with a story that I'll come back to later on, but I want you to think about this and what it means. As chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus from January of 2019 to January of 2021, I took on the issue of Latino diversity in the media across different platforms. And there was a meeting in May of 2020 that really stuck with me. In that meeting, I asked a publisher, a CEO of one of the top 5 publishing companies in the country, who publishes not only fiction and nonfiction, but also textbooks for our schools. I asked him what I thought was a very simple question, and his answer surprised me. I asked him whether he could name 3 Latinos or Latinas who had had a significant impact in American history. The gentleman thought about it for 5 or 10 seconds. This was somebody of great accomplishment, a CEO, probably in his late 50s, somebody that had gone to an Ivy League, a business school or college, obviously somebody very accomplished. He thought about it for 5 or 10 seconds. And after that, this man, he said, "No, I can't." He wasn't being rude or dismissive of my question. We were all having an earnest meeting. This very accomplished, very intelligent man, who was a CEO of a textbook publishing company, a big one in the United States, could not name 3 Latinos or Latinas who had had a significant impact in American history. Think about that for a bit, and I'll come back to that story and why I think it's important. There were, over the years, many struggles for civil rights in San Antonio and South Texas, and of course, throughout the Southwest and other areas for Mexican Americans. But it's appropriate that MACRI is housed in San Antonio or headquartered here because in many ways, the cradle of Mexican American civil rights and its movements began here. San Antonio and South Texas were the birthplaces of MALDEF, It was the place where students and parents came together on the west side of San Antonio in the Edgewood Independent School District to challenge the school finance system that ultimately would lead to the overturning the way schools are financed across the United States. That case, SAISD versus Rodriguez, ultimately made its way to the Supreme Court. And although the parents didn't find victory in the Supreme Court, we didn't find victory in the Supreme Court. Ultimately, state Supreme Courts and state legislatures changed the way schools are financed because of the spark that was started here by parents and students in San Antonio. It's also the place where the American GI Forum began in speaking up for Hispanic veterans that had fought on behalf of their nation, yet were disrespected when they came home. And so this is a town and a region that has contributed incredibly to the movement, not only of Mexican American and Latino civil rights, but the civil rights of all Americans. And I see MACRI as an addition, a new chapter, and with great potential for greater work in the years ahead. So let's talk about where we are in terms of some of those old battles. My mom was part of what was known as the Raza Unida Party in the 1960s and 70s, which was a mostly Mexican-American political party that was challenging the two-party structure because they believed, and they were correct, that Mexican-Americans were systematically being excluded from not only voting, but also from good schools, from good public health, and in many ways being otherized in American society. So let's take a look at where we are now. In many ways, things have changed incredibly for the better. Things have improved for the better. The average living wage of a Mexican American living in Texas today, or Arizona, or New Mexico, or California, or just about anywhere else is much better than it was back then. Also, the living conditions of so many people are much better than they were back then. The educational attainment of folks is better. Before this pandemic hit, in fact, if you remember, between 2010 and about 2019, we often heard a few very important and promising statistics. For example, in the higher education context, we often heard that there were more Latinos and Latinas in American colleges than ever before, and that number kept growing. We also heard that Latinas, for example, were the largest subset of new business owners and entrepreneurs in the United States. Those two tidbits underscore some of the benefits also of incredible growth. The Latino population had been growing faster than any other segment in American society and still continues to grow fast today. We just saw the new census numbers. And in those census numbers, we now know that Latinos make up close to 19% of the American population. So almost 1 in 5 Americans is Latino. Over 60% of those Latinos are Mexican American. So incredible growth that has led to some wonderful things. So for example, in many communities, even places that we didn't traditionally think of as having Mexican American communities or Latino communities have flourishing, vibrant communities today. So if you go to places in Iowa or in South Carolina or in Minnesota, oftentimes when you talk to the people there, what you'll hear are communities that are experiencing their firsts, electing the first Mexican American school board member, the first Mexican American city council member in small towns. These are promising advancements that have also been coupled with what I mentioned were advances in educational attainment and also advances in entrepreneurship and economic standing. Those are good things. And those are things that were long fought for many years by many different people throughout the country. And so for that, I think those are things that we can celebrate. Those are things that we can be proud of. But as you know, the last few years has also reminded us that this community is also still very much a target. We're a target of incredible hate. And that hate has often been directed not only at immigrants, because we often hear the trope, and we're hearing it today, that immigrants bring disease, that they're dangerous, that they're violent, not only directed at immigrants and Latino and brown-skinned immigrants, but also carried over and directed at Mexican Americans. There was no better example of that and that danger after incredibly violent political rhetoric than what happened in El Paso, Texas just 2 years ago, where a madman drove 10 hours to kill 23 people because he considered them Hispanic, quote unquote, Hispanic invaders to Texas. The folks who died that day were not just Mexicans. Some of them were Mexican nationals in El Paso. They were also Mexican Americans. And there was even somebody who was not Mexican American, who was not Latino, which speaks to the danger of that kind of radicalization and the danger that it poses not just to an ethnic group or to a group of immigrants, but to all Americans. And it reminds us why we have to be so vigilant. And so this community has been a target during these last several years. And all of the battles that we fought before, that our community fought before, most of those battles are still raging. If you turn on the news in the last few weeks, you saw Texas Democrats, for example, go to Washington, D.C. to try to stop serious voter suppression legislation in the Texas legislature that would make it harder for Mexican Americans to vote. You also have seen, as I mentioned, political language about brown-skinned immigrants being the cause for the surge in COVID-19 cases in Texas and across the country, being blamed for COVID-19 and the COVID-19 spread in states that are so far away from Texas, still being blamed for that. So the target remains, and the political battles for civil rights remain. We continue to fight against gerrymandering, for example. My mom and others were part of the fight for single member districts in San Antonio, in the Texas legislature, in other places, more than 4 decades ago. As you can see, the fight for those civil rights continues today. But I also want to speak to some new challenges and new battles that must be taken on to make sure that the Mexican American community is fairly represented, that it's respected, that it's treated just like any other American community, and that it's fully accepted, that Mexican Americans are fully accepted as American citizens. I told you the story of the CEO of the publishing company who couldn't name 3 Latinos or Latinas who had had a significant impact in American history. And the sad thing is, if you ask that question, I'm convinced of 90% of Americans today, I think that you would probably get the same answer. Of course, if you took out the Jennifer Lopez's and the Alex Rodriguez's and the sports figures of today, the entertainers of today, with, giving them all credit for their success and everything they bring to our culture today. But I'm thinking historically, our story has been left out of American history textbooks and state history textbooks. In fact, those of you that know Dr. Angela Valenzuela, Tony Diaz of Libro Traficante in Houston, you know the incredible work they did just a few years ago in getting the Texas State Board of Education to authorize the teaching as an elective of Mexican American history in our schools. That was just a few years ago in Texas, despite the fact that in Texas, Latinos, most of those Mexican Americans, now comprise 39.3% of the state's population. The white population now is about 39.6% or 7% of the population. So those two populations are incredibly close. Yet ask yourself, when you were going through school, what figures in Mexican American history did you learn about on the pages of textbooks in 7th grade or 12th grade? Our history has almost been entirely written out, left out. The reason I believe that that's connected to civil rights is this. We have fought political battles. We have fought battles in education, as I mentioned, SAISD versus Rodriguez, to make sure that our schools are fully, adequately, and fairly funded compared to other schools. But there remains this persistent challenge of invisibility. The CEO who couldn't name 3 Latinos or Latinas to me represents a large chunk of American society who simply does not know who we are. I'll say that again. I think those of us that walk around with brown skin and a Spanish surname, or however we identify as Mexican American or Latino, are walking around in our home country, the United States, and people don't know who we are. They don't know where we fit into the country. Think about this. What period of American history do you think people fit us into? They don't know, for the most part, anybody from our community who has made a significant contribution to the success of the United States of America. They don't know exactly who you are or where you fit in. To me, that represents a dangerous void in narrative. Your story is simply missing, even though you're almost 1/5 of the population. Think about what that means. It means that you're basically invisible, even though you're almost 1/5 of the population in the United States of America. And that's important because as a community, it represents a few things. Number one, I believe that it represents a civil rights challenge to make sure that the Latino story, that the Mexican American story is fully and properly told. But it also represents something else. It represents a kind of disempowerment and vulnerability that goes beyond politics and economics, but is in fact coupled with those things. It represents a cultural invisibility. So for example, when we think about what may have driven some guy to drive 10 hours to kill 23 people, I doubt that he actually knew immigrants who were crossing the border, documented or undocumented. Where did he get those ideas that these were invaders to Texas when Mexican Americans have been here for generations and generations? Well, there's a few places. And it's part of the reason that I took on this work as chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Number one, the media. Historically, Mexican Americans have been depicted in stereotypes in American media, in different platforms of American media. And I would also add that today in the 21st century, in 2021, and particularly in the last 10 years, as social media has fully blossomed, Mexican Americans there's a lot of disinformation about Mexican Americans and particularly immigrants on social media, including the trope about spreading disease. And so all of those generational stereotypes from American media that paint Latinos and paint Mexican Americans overwhelmingly as criminals, as prostitutes, as drug dealers, as the lowly elements, the dregs of society. All of those have been incredibly damaging. In other words, media, entertainment, that industry, just like other industries, produces a product. That product, the entertainment product, comes with some noxious elements to it. Those noxious elements include dangerous stereotypes about Mexican Americans that have been harmful over the years. Part of the reason that's true is because those media stereotypes are then taken by people in the political world, by politicians, and they're abused for political purposes and for political gain and political ends. And in its most dangerous iteration of all of those things, you get what happened in El Paso, Texas, where 23 people die, including at least one person that wasn't even Latino, because somebody was targeting quote unquote Hispanic invaders to Texas. And so I say all of this to mean that many of the battles from the past in politics remain with us today, that we've got to continue to fight for voting rights, that the Congress needs to pass HR 1 and HR 4 to make sure that we do away with things like gerrymandering and that politicians are no longer able to draw their own political districts. That would be a boon for the Mexican American community. That we stop voter suppression. Those things must be achieved by the federal Congress and hopefully by state legislatures across the country. We still have to make sure that those things happen. We have to press for more funding for schools, for bilingual education. We have to make sure that we get Mexican American studies in more schools throughout Texas. Although you also see this backlash against critical race theory going on. We have to do all of those things. But those movements for civil rights also have to be coupled with efforts for social and economic advancement and cultural advancement, as I mentioned, because culturally we are missing from the American landscape. And beyond the culture part, I also want to speak very briefly, and then I'll be glad to take some questions, to the economic part. it's been quite interesting to watch, first as a state legislature and as a member of Congress, and as the son of two activists for many years. All of the struggles and all of the fights for political and economic gain, and to realize that in all of those struggles, that there is still so much more work to do, and that we have come to a place, I believe, in many respects, where although we, in terms of economics, although we have sent many of our kids to college, sons and daughters, mine are only 5 and 7, but I speak for other Mexican Americans, Latinos, who have sent their sons and daughters to college, or their grandchildren, have gotten the right credentials, but have still been locked out of different American industries. So I believe we have to understand that simply being credentialed is not enough. Simply being prepared, substantively prepared and credentialed is not enough, that we're still being excluded systemically from different industries. I mentioned the media industry, and I'll take, because I've been a critic of it, Hollywood for the last few years in particular. Los Angeles is more than 40% Latino. California is more than 40% Latino. In fact, Los Angeles may be between 45 and 50% Latino at this point. Yet, in an industry, the entertainment industry that's based in Los Angeles, Latinos make up only 3 and 4% of employees, workers, the workforce, in front of and behind the camera. That represents a systemic exclusion of a whole group of people. And it also begs the question, as a policymaker, and as folks who are advocates, when we think about what we're advocating for the tax subsidies and the tax credits and the tax breaks that we give to industries, I am arguing that part of civil rights is advocating for economic advancement. And it means for legislators across the country that if our communities are being excluded, we have to take a very close look at continuing tax incentives and tax breaks for industries that continue to systematically exclude our communities, the ones that we represent. In other words, and I don't mean to just pick on Hollywood, it's true of other industries as well, but Hollywood is especially important because it's still the main image defining and narrative creating institution in the United States of America. I would group all of media in that as well, but Hollywood in particular. Although when it comes to numbers in the workforce, it's not just Hollywood, it's other industries as well. So if I represent a district, as I do, that's 64% Latino, mostly Mexican American, then what does it mean if an industry that only gives a community that represents 64% of my district opportunity to be 3 or 4% of its workforce? What does that mean as a legislator when I'm considering whether to offer a tax incentive or a tax break to that industry? Our legislators have to think about that at every level of government. And I hope institutes like MACRI and others at universities across the country and think tanks can work to make that so. And then, because I want to leave some time for questions, I'll just wrap up by saying that I think that there are incredible opportunities in the coming years for advancements in all of these areas, for advancements in politics, advancements in our economic standing, advancements in cultural representation across the country. Just one more statistic, because for those of you that are in San Antonio, I spoke about lack of cultural representation. What does it mean when a city is 64% Latino, yet none of the 46 high schools in San Antonio are named after a single Latino or Latina? That's the kind of cultural disempowerment that you see, not just in San Antonio, but in many Mexican American communities. And we have to systematically, methodically challenge that. But I do want to say on I think, a hopeful note, that it's the work of the folks at MACRI, the work of people at MALDEF, at NALEO, at NCLR, or Unidos now, at so many different organizations, coupled with the work of Latina legislators across the country at every level of government, and just Mexican Americans and Latinos doing their work every single day that can help change all of these things for the better. And I'm proud to join you in that effort. Thank you so much for your work. And thank you for Sarah and all of you for convening us here today. With that, I'll be glad to take any questions that y'all may have.
Thank you so much, Joaquin. What an inspiring message for us this morning. We want to thank you for all the advocacy you've been doing on behalf of not just Mexican Americans, but all Americans. And I think that's such an important point, right? That when we're trying to advance the civil rights of Mexican Americans, it really brings the whole country forward. So we do have a question here for you. It says, sorry, the question moved. Okay, here we go. If you were speaking to an international audience, what might you share with them about the importance of Mexican American civil rights efforts and history? So people from outside of the country who may not know that this has been going on a long time.
Well, that Mexican Americans and Mexicans who became Americans were often indigenous to different parts of the United States, because there was a large part of the nation of Mexico that obviously became the United States of America. And so for us to look from that point forward now and realize the invisibility that I spoke about, if you think about that issue, how does a group of people become invisible like that? I think the reason that that's important to an international audience is because I think a lot of these challenges that we see with the Mexican American community are true of other minority communities across the world. This isn't something that's unique necessarily to Mexican Americans, even within the United States, by the way, but it's certainly not unique to Mexican Americans when you think about what's going on internationally. And I would challenge people in the international arena to think about their own populations and how some of the things that we've seen with the Mexican American community, whether it's the struggles and the victories, the advancements, but also the incredible work that we still have to do for them to think in their own nations about groups that may fit the same bill in their home countries.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, we are coming to a close on this panel. So I just want to thank you again, not only for the advocacy work that you've done for Latinos, but I also, as somebody who does live in San Antonio in your district, one of the things that is always impressive to me is how often I do run into you. I just saw you a few weeks ago at Cine Festival, the oldest Latino film festival in the country. It's just wonderful that you support Latinos, Mexican Americans, not just in Washington, D.C., but here in your backyard. Thank you so much for all you're doing.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, everybody. Great to be with you all.
Okay, well, just taking a moment to take in everything we've heard this morning, really setting a great tone for today. We are going to take a short break. We'll be back at 12:10 with our first panel for the day. The panel is State of the Mexican American Studies in K through 12 Movement. So this is about the movement to bring Mexican American studies to the school classrooms from the kindergarten through 12th grade levels. So we'll be back in just about 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. For our first panel of the day, I am pleased to introduce you to two of MACRI's board members who will be moderating the panel. They will be moderating a conversation about the state of the Mexican American Studies in K through 12 movement. They are Dr. Liliana Patricia Saldaña, who is an associate professor of Mexican American Studies at the University of Texas at San Antonio, and Adriana Abundis Alonso, who is a community-centered social justice advocate and culturally responsive maestra with the San Antonio Independent School District. Welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Gracias. Buenas tardes a todos. It's truly an honor to be here joining you with my femtor, Doctora Liliana Saldaña. We have a packed panel here to share with you all and beautiful conocimiento to collaborate. So we're going to begin by introducing our fabulous panelists, starting with Doctora Norma Miclani Gonzalez, who's a critical educator with 27 years of combined experience in teaching the teacher training in ethnic studies and Mexican American studies in public education at the K through 12 level. Her approach to education is rooted in implementing decolonizing, asset-based pedagogies that center traditionally marginalized students, lived experiences, and history in curriculum and instruction. Her transformative approach seeks to maximize minoritized student academic achievement by emphasizing students' sense of belonging, sense of self, hope, and agency. Professionally, Doctora Gonzalez is a school administrator with an equity lens toward the elimination of the achievement gap for minoritized students through the implementation of decolonizing and asset-based pedagogies and in developing teacher critical awareness. Doctora Gonzalez has an extensive experience in the development of culturally relevant curriculum. She received her doctorate in the Department of Educational Policy Studies and Practice at the University of Arizona, wherein her research focuses and centered an in-service teacher professional development focused on race and educational equity for minoritized students. As an educational consultant, Doctora Gonzalez works with school districts around the nation to prepare teachers to teach a diverse student demographic, emphasizing decolonizing learning spaces. She's a former K through 12 teacher of the renowned Mexican American Raza Studies in Tucson, the largest public school ethnic studies program in the nation before it was dismantled in January of 2012. Thank you so much for being with us, Doctora Gonzalez. Up next, we have Maestra Guadalupe Carrazo Cardona. She has been an educator for 21 years, currently teaching at Edward Roybal in LA and California State University, Long Beach. She serves as the chair of the Association of Raza Educators in the Los Angeles chapter. She's the co-founder of Xochitl Los Angeles, a member of LAUSD's Ethnic Studies Curriculum Committee, a member of Ethnic Studies Now Coalition's Coordinating Committee, and a founding member of the Liberated Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Coalition. Thank you for joining us, Maestra. Lastly, I want to introduce you to our co-moderator / panelist, Doctora Liliana Patricia Saldaña, a PhD Chicana activist scholar from Yanaguana occupied territory known as San Antonio, Texas, and is an associate professor of Mexican American Studies, or MAS, at the University of Texas at San Antonio. Liliana's research draws from Chicana, Chicanx, Chicano studies, Chicana feminist thought, cultural studies, and decolonial theory to examine teacher identity and consciousness, epistemic struggles in education, and schooling practices. Over the past 7 years, she's played an active role in statewide organizing efforts to expand MAS in Texas K through 12 schools through Somos MAS and NACS Texas Foco, MAS K through 12 committee. She also serves as co-director of our MAS Teachers Academy, a community-powered effort that supports K through 12 educators who want to teach MAS. She also serves on the board for the Esperanza Peace and Justice Center, which promotes social justice through cultural arts programming and historical preservation, and the Mexican American Civil Rights Institute, our MACRI, which is dedicated to chronicling and sharing historic and contemporary civil rights milestones. Thank you so much for being here, Doctora Saldaña.
No, es un gran honor. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. We have two other panelists that we'd like to introduce. Dr. Luis Torres is a longtime educator and administrator, having taught in higher education since 1972, first as a graduate student and then as English professor. He attended the University of Colorado Boulder for his BA in English, becoming heavily involved with the United Mexican American Students Organization and its Educational Opportunity Program. He received his MA and PhD in English from the University of Washington in Seattle. Dr. Torres taught English as a college professor in California and Colorado, and independently prepared to teach Chicana and Chicano studies. He published about early Chicano poetry of the 1800s and about issues as the English-only movement. In 1995, he became professor and chair of the Department of Chicano Studies at Metropolitan State University of Denver. In 2006, he became associate dean in the College of Letters, Arts, and Sciences, and in 2008, became deputy provost for academic and student affairs. He served as co-principal investigator for the MSU Denver for a Gold 2000 grant from the U.S. Department of Education in partnership with Denver Public Schools to develop Chicana, Chicano, and other multicultural studies curricula for ECE through 12th grade. Our next panelist is Robert Corky Frausto, who was born and raised in South Texas and participated in his first Chicano rights protest in Del Rio in 1969. He has a BA in psychology from UTSA and an MA in special education from the University of New Mexico. Frausto moved to Albuquerque 30 years ago. Frausto teaches Chicano studies and Chicano literature at Highland High School in Albuquerque. He also sponsors Mecha at Highland. The Chicano Studies program at Highland is unique in that it is intended as intervention classes for struggling and at-risk students. His research is focused on both curriculum development for secondary education ethnic studies classes and the development of the literary canon in Chicano literature. Corky lives in Albuquerque South Valley with his 2 dogs and a cat. He is an artist and hosts an arts, crafts, and music festival at his home every October, which he invites all people to attend. Muchísimas gracias, maestro y profesores, for being here with us today. And last but not least, I want to introduce Maestra Adriana Wundis Alonso, who is a community-centered social justice advocate and culturally responsive maestra with the San Antonio Independent School District. Abundis teaches both dual language, algebra, and Mexican American studies at Linear High School, where she earned the Texas Educational Agency Master Teacher designation and the Campus, District, and Regional Teacher of the Year recognition for 2019 through 2021. Maestra Abundis is a Texas Teacher of the Year finalist and Westside San Antonio muralista who engages in transformational liberatory pedagogy. She received 2 master's degrees in secondary mathematics and bilingual bicultural studies. She's a first-generation graduate, but a legacy scholar. Abundis identifies as a Chicana feminist and seeks to support scholars towards a liberated consciousness, staunch identity formation, and constructing a transformational testimonio. She centers herself in reclamation of truth, self-empowerment through voice, and reflection through creative experience. So mil gracias, Maestra Abundis, and I'm really, really excited about today's panel.
Thank you, Doctora. And as am I, after hearing those bios of everyone and getting to know you all over the past 3 weeks, we definitely are a special group of people, and it's an honor to represent the Southwest with you all today. So let's jump in this. Thank you for joining us in this conversation about Mexican American studies, our heart, our passion, our alma. Each of you here is joining us from significant states that have a long history of activism and movement building for Mexican American studies, from higher education to K-12 schools. We're really excited to bring together educators from across the US who have done the critical work to grow, to build, and to bring to fruition Mexican American studies in our K-12 schools. The demand for what we now call MAS, and in some areas, Chicano studies, goes back to the Chicano civil rights movement and the student activism for classes that reflected their history and their culture. Some would even say that this dates back before this, when we think about the escuelitas that arose in opposition to a marginalized curriculum, and even the very profound epistemologies and ways of being in our communities, in our homes. We are so grateful that you are all here with us today.
To begin this conversation, we'd like to humbly ask that each panelist share about themselves, in particular, how you became involved with this work. Norma, we are so honored that you've joined us. As many know, Dr. Gonzalez was an educator, advocate, and founder of the nationally known and supported Tucson USD MAS program. Would you honor us in beginning this plática?
Yeah, of course. Thank you all. And you know, I'm humbled myself to be a part of this panelist, and just really humbled to be here and sharing the space and community with you all. And just by way of introduction, I want to share that, you know, I'm a mother, I'm a nana, I have beautiful children who constantly strive, right, to negotiate an identity that isn't always recognized or supported in public education. And so with that, you know, I've been a critical educator for about 27 years now. And I became an educator, as a lot of educators of color, as a result of the negative education experience that I had growing up in the public education system, wherein, you know, my culture, my language wasn't reflected in the curriculum, you know, and as a result, I never got a sense of belonging sitting in classrooms, you know, growing up in going through that K-12 public school system. So, you know, in becoming an educator, I wanted to provide my students with a humanizing experience. I wanted to provide them with a safe space wherein they would see themselves reflected. They would see their experiences reflected through the curriculum, through the instructional practices. And so, you know, that was my reason for becoming an educator. As my children grew up, both of them decided to take a Chicana studies course in high school, which was, you know, unheard of for me growing up. And so my daughter, who took a class with Maestro Sean Arce, I think some of you might know Mr. Arce, she took a class with him in high school, her junior year, and she came home with homework that was like mind-blowing. And you know, she was so engaged with the homework in ways that I had never seen her engaged, you know, throughout her career, her educational experience. And so along with that, I would do the homework with her. We would learn about, you know, the movement, the struggles, about, you know, all of the people who had been neglected in the books that I had in high school. And so my son also went through that program. And so, you know, as a result, I learned along with them. I joined the department. I joined Mr. Arce in the Mexican American Studies Department in Tucson Unified School District. And I started to develop curriculum for K-5 students. And so, you know, I've developed curriculum for K-12, but my emphasis has always been K-5, where I believe Mexican American Studies is most needed. During that time, I was on this path of developing and recognizing my own identity as a Chicana, but more specifically as an Indigenous woman. And so in developing that identity, you know, I was transformed. And so I believed that our students had the right to know their indigeneity, their Indigenous identity. And so that the curriculum that I started to develop thereafter had a focus on indigeneity. It had a focus on decolonization. Our students outperformed all other students. You know, we essentially in the Mexican American Studies program eliminated the achievement gap, which was unprecedented in a public K-12 system. As a result, the state came after us. They came after us and eliminated the program. And so we engaged in a 7-year legal battle to protect the rights of our students to know their intellectual, their cultural, indigenous heritage. We were found in violation of constitutional rights as a result of that 7-year battle. And as history teaches us, it's a continuous struggle to maintain and to protect our right to learn our history, to develop our identity, and to feel safe in our classrooms. And so, that's a quick introduction. So yeah, thank you.
Gracias, Doctora González. And Lupe, would you like to add anything to that? How you became involved in the movement for MAS?
Sure. And it's really fitting that I am after Norma because she actually fits into my story very much. So to understand how I came into the movement, you have to understand my familia a little bit. My family comes from Chihuahua, Mexico. And my parents, as children and up until, they graduated from high school, were migrant farm workers in the Southwest, which is why I have connections to everyone that is here on this panel right now. I have connections because my familia moved around to all of these areas, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and Colorado, and other states. And so it's both of my parents kind of responded differently to that migrant experience, where my mother was more like, I have to do everything I can to get my children out of having to experience what I had to experience. And my father, his response was, I will never live another day allowing this to happen to our people. What he witnessed happening to his own mother and to all of his siblings. My father was one of 12. And so my father became a very active member in the Chicano movement. He ran under La Raza Unida party for a couple of different roles that he ran for in New Mexico and in Texas, and essentially eventually became a part of the Red Road as well. So my father was a sun dancer, and he was knowledgeable in Huichol medicine. And then, so I was a part of that life as well, sitting up in teepee ceremony, going to support Sundance Little Big Medicine in Wheatfields, Arizona, and then also going into Mexico and going around, following my father at times, as he was part of various ceremonia around, like they call it the Ojo de Dios, right? So like all of the corners of Mexico. But I became a very young mother. So even though my father was on that movement, and he really instilled in me to be proud of who you are. Like, you're never going to be a sellout. You're a Chicana. You're proud of who you are. You're a lighter shade of brown, but you're a brown woman. And so that was really instilled in me. But nonetheless, in the school system, I didn't see that, right? I was in school in a sea of brown peers, but I had no brown educators or administrators, right? So it still was missing. And so I kind of fell a lot into sort of some of the things that happen in our communities, right? Some of the dehumanizing conditions. And I ended up, looking for, as they say, looking for love in all the wrong places. I ended up being a young mother. The year that I graduated from high school, I had my son, who is now 26 years old and is also a sun dancer. And so that inspired me to continue my higher education. So I went to community college, and then I took a Chicana studies class, right? With the powerful Chicana. And that was it. I was like, okay, this is beautiful, because that life that I know through my father and through, my community, it is a part of education, right? It is a part of and the education can also be a part of that community and pushing that forward. So that really inspired me to stay in school, to do something for my familia, but also to stay in school to learn about the community and how I could keep this education going forward. So I majored in Chicanic studies from UCLA and also Latin American studies, right? And so that got me very active. I became an educator, it's gonna be 22 years ago now. And I always, even if I didn't have like a Mexican American studies class, which I did many times, or Mexican American literature, I always incorporated, because I'm like, this is who is in my classroom, right? Children, Mexicanos, Centroamericanos. So I made sure to bring that into my curriculum, but I never did it in an organized fashion, right? It was always just me alone, right, doing this work. And so that put me very vulnerable, in a very vulnerable position. And so it wasn't until what happened in Tucson, over there where I started getting connected with people here in California who were saying, we need to make sure that doesn't happen here, because there's always been pockets of programs throughout the state, but it was never like, like on the books, like this has to be provided to the youth of our school district or our school or our state. And so I became a part of that movement. And that's actually how I ended up going to the second annual Chito conference, way back, I don't know how many years ago that was, right? And so when I saw Norma, when I saw her doing the opening song, with the drum, it blew my mind. It blew my mind and it changed me forever. I will never, ever be the same person I was before, because that was the first time that I really felt the beauty of our ancestral songs and traditions officially embedded into like a school, pedagogy, like the way you do things. And so ever since then, I was like, okay, I'm really going to go back to California and I'm really going to be more a part of this organized movement, right? And so that's how I started getting active with like, as the introduction says, Xochitl Los Angeles, and then the Association of Raza Educators Los Angeles, and now all of these other things. That led me to be one of the California Department of Education's Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Advisors. And then, there was a whole statewide issue that happened with that, where it just got whittled down to no longer have real Chicanic studies, to no longer have real AAPI studies, and all of the other solidarity ethnic studies programs. And so that's how we founded the Liberated Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Coalition. So we're going to liberate that curriculum. And instead of just providing high school curriculum and creating high school curriculum, we're doing pre-K through 12. And so I'll stop there, but that's part of that movement. And so thank you all so much for that.
Gracias, maestra. Corky, tell us about your journey into MAS.
Mine started a little bit differently. I was teaching New Mexico history at Highland High School and starting to do research for curriculum. And one day I said, I wonder if Mexican Americans got lynched. And I did a quick search and was amazed at what came up. And so I created a unit on that for my New Mexico history. And then later added another unit on Afro-Mexicans. And at the same time, I was aware of what was happening in Tucson and was following that fairly closely, the progress they had and the fights they were having to continue. And vice principal stopped me as I was leaving campus one evening, and she said, how can we keep our Chicano boys from dropping out? And I said, let me try Mexican American Studies. And she said, do it. And it took a couple of years before we got the class to make. I already had some of the curriculum from the New Mexico history class. I added more curriculum, and all of a sudden kids were taking the class. We were assigning kids that were at risk. They had at least one F in their freshman year, and those kids were graduating. And so we were having a lot of success. We added a Mexican American literature class that replaced English 11. And so kids could take that, meet their required class. And so they had continued support. And then since I sponsor MECHA, I recruited those kids to that group, and they had support through the 3-4 years of high school. And then little by little, it's grown now in the PhD program at UNM in Chicano Studies.
Thank you, Corky.
That's it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Yeah. And Dr. Torres, what was your MAS journey like? What has your involvement looked like?
Very long, for one thing. I'm now at least semi-retired. I still teach a class and am involved in other areas, but my work really began when I was a kid, growing up here in Colorado. And I grew up speaking Spanish, but I learned English fairly quickly when I went to elementary school. And I started tutoring the other Mexicano kids in the neighborhood in Fort Lupton, where I grew up. So really, my being here today and all of the work I've done began there, and it's almost a straight line. Plus, and I think this is very important for me and for others, I also grew up learning about the history and culture of Mexico from a lot of the immigrant families. My father was an immigrant. So I learned about that history and culture, and also about the Mexican American history, especially New Mexico, because my mother was from New Mexico. So I think that really helped me. So the language and teaching, and I started teaching in 1972, as I think you said in the introduction, which is almost 50 years ago, 49 years ago. So really, all of that work, my work in the English department to become a professor, teaching in English classes, but I trained myself, and I was involved in presentations like this, in organizations like similar to MACRI. So that helped me develop myself so that I could ultimately become, in 1995, the chair of the Department of Chicano and Chicano Studies here at Metropolitan State University of Denver. I knew that education was, at least partly, a large part, the handing down of the group's history and culture. And I knew that we had a right to do that also, our history and culture and contributions. So that was really a driving force for me. And I knew that we had to integrate ourselves. And thinking back to the 1960s, early 1970s, when there weren't very many of us in higher ed, I knew that we had to integrate ourselves intellectually, culturally, and academically, not just physically, in order to truly be integrated. I will stop there for now, but I also knew, well, one more thing. One of the reasons I wanted to become the chair of the Department of Chicano and Chicano Studies was because I knew also, and I learned this even more the further I went, we had to have a hand in the policies, the academic policies of higher education. If we didn't, I mean, something as basic as being involved in curriculum committees throughout the university, the faculty senate curriculum committees, the faculty senate retention, tenure, and promotion committees, we had to have a hand in it. And in order to have a Department of Chicano and Chicano Studies, or rather in order to do that, we really needed a Department of Chicano and Chicano Studies, which would offer a minor and a major. I'll talk more in a bit about, for example, House Bill 19-1192, very, very significant here in Colorado for K through 12, about the Alma de la Raza project in Denver Public Schools, but I'll stop there for my personal background.
No, thank you so much, Luis. So now I'd like to shift and center community advocacy and its role in supporting masses specifically at the policy and legislative level. Luis, you played a tremendous role in the Latino Education Coalition with recent conversations at the district level with the superintendent of Denver Public Schools. Can you walk us through the process of what it involved from you and the community? And then Lupe can follow.
Yes, thank you. As far back as 1969, which is what, 52 years ago, I'm really going back quite a ways, my own personal journey and this journey. 1969, there was a walkout at West High School here in Denver Public Schools. And very significantly, the students advocated, they wrote a list of demands, 14 demands. Two of them indicated that they demanded that the history, culture, and contributions of our people be taught in Denver Public Schools. History, culture, and contributions. Those words become important later. If we can have HB 19 up on the screen, if not, that's okay. But if we can load it right now, I wanted to show the bill that we have today. So I would ask the viewers to look at this. This is Colorado's House Bill HB 19-1192, and if anybody's taking notes, they'll want to write that down, and you can log on to it fairly easily. And so this is the first page of that bill. Notice what it says. Concerning the inclusion of matters relating to American minorities in the teaching of social contributions in civil government and public schools. established the History, Culture, Social Contributions Commission. But notice right in the middle line, include the history, culture, and social contributions of American Indians, Latinos, African Americans, and Asian Americans, the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender individuals within these groups, and the contributions, and so on. Now, the next page, please. So this is a bill that requires the teaching of the history, culture, and contributions of these groups, including what we call in higher ed the intersectionalities, other intersectionalities of our lives. And this one, satisfactory completion of a course. So the first one is infusion, cultural infusion K through 12. This one is a course on the civil government of the US, which includes those subjects. Notice the last two lines, shall be, that was crossed out, is a condition of high school graduation in the public schools of this state. You can now take that down, please. So the emphasis I would make here, quickly I realize, the emphasis I would make is that from those students walking out in 1969, that began a long trajectory to this bill. In fact, there was an interim bill, Title 22, Article 1, Section 104, which called exactly for what we see in this HB 19 bill. That bill wasn't implemented, and I would criticize the Colorado Department of Education a lot for that, but there was continued activism on the part of our community. In 1997, for example, there was an administrative complaint that several groups, the Latino Education Coalition, the Poder Project, higher education professors, the Escuela Tlatelolco, which was a K through 12 school initiated by the Crusade for Justice, Rodolfo Puerque Gonzalez and the Crusade for Justice, several other groups that filed an administrative complaint against the Colorado Department of Education because they were not implementing that Title 22, Article 1, Section 104. So that kind of activism leads to today, when this bill was passed, HB 19. It's called 19 because it was passed in 2019. It took 4 or 5 years to organize that version of the bill by many groups, many individuals. So that's where we are today. I was involved as a professor and a community academic activist. So the point I would really make for the listeners and all of the rest of us, these things unfortunately, they take a long time. We had to file administrative complaints. We had to do a lot of different kinds of activism to get where we are today. But I think today we are at the best stage that we have been at. Cultural infusion throughout K through 12, and then a required course in this curriculum.
Thank you, Dr. Torres. And Lupe, can you comment on the work that you're doing to advocate for MAS at the statewide level through the Ethnic Studies Coalitions?
Sure. So there's a couple things I want to highlight, and because I know that we're strapped for time, so I'll just kind of highlight a few things. One is that we are making sure to be respectful of that 50+ year trajectory of the fight for ethnic studies. And part of that is some of the original demands, right? To ensure that we're centering the voices of those communities. And historically, the communities have been, the Native American, American Indian, the Asian American Pacific Islander, which also includes the Arab American studies, the African American Black studies, and then the Chicanx Latinx studies, right? And so we are also making sure to not let that Chicana or X be removed and just it clumped into Latinx studies, right? So that's a huge fight, but I think we're winning in that regard here. So we're making sure that the grassroots element is a part of it. So we're very thankful that we have people like Jose Medina, Louis Alejo, and folks like that who are, getting these bills, into the books and getting them through the legislative system. But those folks also need to remember that there are a lot of, as they say, boots on the ground. So there's grassroots organizations throughout the state of California
California, right? The like Pinoy folks up in the San Francisco Bay Area that have been bringing in their communities to push for this. There's like here in Los Angeles, Unión del Barrio, for instance, Association of Raza Educators, Ethnic Studies Coalition, Ethnic Studies Now Coalition. And we work not just with the educators, but we also work with the youth and we work with the community. And it's all of us throughout the state that do a lot of the advocacy to get the phone calls made to, you know, such and such senator, such and such person that needs to get a bill pushed through, right? And so we've had several bills over the past several years that have gotten vetoed. There's AB 101 that's looking like it could potentially get passed. But so here's another important thing, right? Is we need to pay attention to the language on these bills because sometimes they have a thing called guardrail language. That's what it's referred to. And that guardrail language kind of ties the hands of ethnic studies educators. It prevents you from being able to say things that folks may find offensive, things like white privilege, for instance, right? And so we need to make sure to look at it with a fine-tooth comb because people celebrate this like, oh yes, we have ethnic studies for all students coming soon, but they don't realize that that true ethnic studies, the definition as it has developed over 50 plus years, may not be able to be implemented if that guardrail language is there, which in essence prevents it from being actual ethnic studies. So that's something to look out for. But in California, we also have AB 1460 that passed, which makes it a graduation requirement for all students going into the CSUs. There's some policy that's being written, and I think it's already like finalized or close to finalized for the community colleges, which is really important because a lot of Raza students go into the community college system before transferring. And we know that if they have to take a ethnic studies class, they're likely to, you know, it changes their lives, it changes their whole trajectory of, you know, how humanized they feel, and it continues on that path of higher education. So we're really happy about that. But what has been implemented until all of the statewide legislation gets passed has been district by district resolutions throughout the state, right? And so what's important for folks out there to think about if you work with your school board to get resolutions passed is to ensure that there is a task force that includes the community, the grassroots, not just people from within the system, but people from the community that come onto that task force to ensure that that ethnic studies is actually being implemented and that it's looking at the definition as Dr. Torres put earlier on the screen, that the actual definition of ethnic studies, you know, Mexican American studies, Chicanx, Latinx studies is actually being implemented in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Maestra. And thank you for reminding us of the criticality that it takes as educators to ensure that these courses are authentic, that they are the truth. Norma, you serve a complex role now as principal. How do you collaborate with communities to resist some of these negative legislative challenges? Does your current role have a strong influence?
So, you know, Mexican American Studies is about building community, is about engaging the community in the educational process. And so, you know, in building community, we build solidarity with the community. It's a joint collaborative struggle to maintain and protect the rights that we have to learn our education. As an administrator, I have my own set of responsibilities to protect those rights, to continue to respect or protect those rights, and ensuring that how I, engage teachers at my site is in a way that supports them, supporting students, creating humanizing classrooms wherein students see themselves. And so I'm fortunate in that I'm able to serve in that role, and to again, support and coach teachers in that endeavor. And so it's an important role. And I feel very fortunate that, I can move into this role, having, the experience that I have.
Thank you so much. Liliana, when one reflects on the MAS movement building and cultural centering and pedagogical work in our educational systems here in San Antonio, we think of you. Can you share your own experiences with us in terms of community activism and the promotion of MAS at the state level?
Thank you for, I put myself on mute. I've been involved with the statewide movement for Mexican American Studies through the Nax Texas Foco MAS K-12 committee for a few years now. I know that I have relied on the amazing wisdom and institutional memory of our senior scholars in our community who have been fighting for Mexican American Studies for generations. MAS is really at least a 50-year dream in the making. And so I became involved in the statewide movement, I would say about 6 years ago in 2015, 2016. I know that Nax Texas Foco, which is the regional chapter of the National Association for Chicana and Chicano Studies, created a MAS K-12 committee that really led the campaign for MAS and K-12 schools at the State Board of Education. So as early as 2015, 2016, the Committee of Scholars in collaboration really with community organizations, civil rights organizations, students, teachers, and community allies organized and mobilized a statewide campaign to approve of a standalone Mexican American Studies course. All of this was really spurred by what had happened in Arizona with the banning of MAS. And so as some of you may know, that was a 4-year battle just to get the class that we have today, because it went through a number of, iterations of, okay, the state board didn't approve of the standalone class. We said, well, we'll approve of a special topics course, which was really a victory because it opened the way for other ethnic studies areas like African American studies and Native American and Indigenous studies. And then, of course, there was the book adoption processes. One of the books was a highly racist book, the first book that was submitted for adoption. And we went through a name change battle with the state board because they wanted to name the class Americans of Mexican descent. And so all of that took about 4 years. But during that process of resistance, we continue to mobilize, we continue to build MAS, we continue to support to teachers. My amazing colleague, Dr. Mariqueta Miranda, created the MAS Teachers Academy in response to the movement. And so, it's an ongoing battle, as Dr. Gonzalez said. We have to continue to resist the repressive policies that we're facing, not only in Texas, but across the United States, and create those solidarities and work together to keep building and to keep creating for our communities and with our communities.
Thank you so much. When I think about and reflect on why these classes are important, I can't help but have more questions. Why is it important to love yourself? What does it mean when you know where you come from? How do we become more human? And it's our responsibility to guide our youth through these understandings, to support them in reuniting the pieces of themselves that have been abandoned and silenced so that they can adhere to this colonized logic. In our last few moments together, I'd love to hear perhaps some of the challenges that you foresee in the future so that folks here in the audience can support and join us in solidarity. And what do you see the next steps for MAS being in the near future?
Well, I'll make a brief comment, less than a minute. I put up in the chat room, in the chat, the URL for the Alma de la Raza Curriculum and Teacher Development Project in Denver Public Schools. Those units are available to anybody who wants to log on and take a look at them. It's a curriculum unit project, created 80, 82, 83 units for Denver Public Schools a few years ago in this area. So if you take a look at the chat room, you can get that. You can also get the URL for Colorado's HB 19. So I think that is very important. One of the challenges, again, to go back to the policies, in Colorado, as in other states, what is tested is taught. What is not tested is not taught. And I think we will have to, with the community and a variety of people, we will have to really work with the Colorado Department of Education, I criticized them a bit ago, as I should, but we will have to work with them to create some kind of test to test whether students are learning about this curriculum, and if they are not, then to work with the schools to help them teach this better. We have had very quickly. We have had classes taught in this area, 1990s in Pueblo, from the 1970s until just a few years ago, the Escuela Tlatelolco in Denver, Denver Public Schools, the development of the Alma Project, Smoky Hill High School and Cherry Creek School District. I know that it's been taught in the northern schools. So we've had some of this going on, and I think it's going to really grow much more.
One of the challenges that I see in Texas is this, there's more MAS classes. However, we're failing to see MAS as more than a content, but as a pedagogical practice. So as we're creating teacher academies and collectivizing our curriculum in hopes throughout the nation, we have to keep in mind that this is more than content, more than printed stacks of paper that we can give to pedagogues. This is a way of teaching, a way of approaching an interdisciplinary practice that Lupe and Norma have suggested began through indigenous philosophies, indigenous epistemologies. So while that's a challenge, it's also an opportunity for us to reawaken those pieces of ourselves that, again, have been abandoned, an opportunity for us to reawaken us pedagogues to really revolutionize and decolonize the way we see our roles in the classroom.
A challenge that I have been seeing a lot very recently and has been on national news has been where folks will say, well, what about us? What about our oppression? What about our history? And they want to squeeze in, and then they start to accuse folks of things that are ridiculous and untrue when we're saying no, we need to ensure that our histories are in there, that our youth see themselves and it's part of this 50-something year battle. And what we're seeing is some folks whose history absolutely should be taught, and absolutely I want my children and the Semillas of the community to know about it. It just doesn't belong in ethnic studies. But we need to ensure that we center the voices of our communities in ethnic studies as it has been defined for over 50 years, because even with graduation requirements, it's still just a very tiny slice of the curriculum that the youth need to see themselves from pre-K on for all the time. And so we're asking for just a little tiny voice for it to be like a legal mandate, and we cannot allow these other voices to go in there and water it down. And so we need to make sure that the voices of the experts are the ones whose voices are actually centered in there, right? And that's the people from the community, the people who have lived those lives, the actual Chicana, Chicano, Chicanx scholars, Central American scholars, Latinx scholars, to actually be the ones that are doing the decisions about the curriculum and about what should be taught to our kids.
Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias to all of the wonderful panelists here, not only for joining us at this inaugural MACRI Symposium and sharing your beautiful conocimientos, but for continuing to move with intention, cariño, and discipline. We are all here in part because of you all, and I hope that we all feel the same tenacity that I feel. Our conversation can easily turn into a whole symposium. Audience, comunidad, please reach out and collaborate with us. We're here to support. We're here to continue this beautiful work. This work has just begun. Liliana, would you like to close out here with us as well?
I want to thank all of our esteemed and distinguished panelists. Every one of you has inspired our community today to advocate for Mexican American studies, to keep fighting against the repressive policies that we confront, to keep building solidarities with our communities, with our teachers in the community. And we thank you once again for joining us at our National Symposium. Mil gracias.
Thank you so much to everyone who contributed to that fantastic panel. We are going to take a super quick 5-minute break so we can switch out our speakers for the next panel. The next panel is Mexican Americans and Environmental Justice. Please join us again in just about 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Welcome back. I'm pleased to present our second panel for today, titled Mexican Americans and Environmental Justice. Today, we'll learn about a particularly pressing topic and one that perhaps has not been adequately recognized as a civil rights issue. Our panelists are Dr. Michael Mendez, who is an assistant professor of environmental policy and planning at the University of California, Irvine. He previously was the inaugural James and Mary Pinchot Faculty Fellow in Sustainability Studies at the Yale School of Forestry and Environmental Studies. Michael has more than a decade of senior level experience in the public and private sectors, where he consulted and actively engaged in the policymaking process. Michael holds 3 degrees in environmental planning and policy, including a PhD from UC Berkeley's Department of City and Regional Planning, and a graduate degree from MIT. His research on the intersection of climate change and communities of color has been featured in a number of national media outlets. His new book, Climate Change from the Streets, published by Yale University Press in 2020, is an urgent and timely story of the contentious politics of incorporating environmental justice into global climate change policy. And then we have Angela Tovar, who has worked as a community planner and a climate and environmental justice advocate for over 15 years. In 2020, she was appointed as the Chief Sustainability Officer for the City of Chicago by Mayor Lori Lightfoot. She has committed to centering the City of Chicago's climate and sustainability agenda on equity and mitigating environmental harm in Chicago's most overburdened and underserved communities. She began her career in the public sector in 2019 as program manager for the Cook County Department of Environment and Sustainability, where she focused her efforts primarily on renewable energy programming. Prior to that, she worked in the South Bronx for over a decade, first as the Director of Policy and Sustainable South Bronx, and later as the Director of Community Development for the Point CDC. In these roles, Angela oversaw community partnerships, advocacy, and environmental justice efforts, and climate mitigation planning, including the development and implementation of a community-based climate resiliency initiative known as the South Bronx Community Resiliency Agenda. Her passion for social and environmental justice stems from her experience growing up on the industrial waterfront of Lake Michigan on Chicago's southeast side. She holds a BA in Urban Studies from the College of Charleston and a master's in urban planning from the City University of New York, Hunter College. I'd like to welcome Michael and Angela. And go ahead and unmute yourselves.
Great.
Let's start with Michael, okay?
Hey, good morning. Thank you, Sarah, for that kind introduction. It's such a pleasure to be here and to meet Angela. And I look forward to hearing about the great work she's doing in the Midwest. Really honored to follow that panel on the state of Mexican American studies and really pushing the idea of public history and the importance to understand the inequities happening in our communities. Let me share my screen. And along those lines, I want to continue with that effort, particularly on issues in the environmental realm, the environmental health, the environmental justice realm. Oftentimes, we don't really put this at the forefront of the Latino communities, particularly how these situations originated. They don't happen just by accidents or coincidence, but they're largely tied to racial injustice issues and what we often call in the field environmental racism. In my first line of study, as Sarah mentioned, I recently published a book, Climate Change from the Streets, and this really leads with centering people, place, and power in the context of climate change and inequality, and it shows how low-income communities of color, including Latinos, have really pushed the climate change movement in California and transnationally to focus more on health and poverty and equity issues. But because of today's conference, I'm going to be presenting some new research that specifically looks at Latino, Mexican American, Mexican indigenous individuals living in the United States, such as farm workers, and the disparate impacts on wildfire on undocumented migrants. Given their social status, undocumented Latino and indigenous migrants are particularly vulnerable to disasters such as wildfires and require special consideration in disaster planning. They are disproportionately affected by racial discrimination, exploitation, economic hardships, less English and Spanish proficiency, and fear of deportation in their everyday lives, their pre-disaster marginalized status. This research has been funded by the National Science Foundation, as well as the National Center for Atmospheric Research and the James Irvine Foundation. And we start the premise of our research because of this pre-disaster and marginalized status, that if you really want to engage in substantive and holistic disaster risk reduction, it starts with the social integration of migrants before disaster, understanding that disaster only exacerbates existing inequalities. So if you want to ensure that these individuals are able to be resilient, be able to bounce back and even do better, we have to integrate these individuals that are essential and vital to our society, our economy, in our systems and institutions. We have to integrate them in terms of education, healthcare, and other types of capacity and capabilities, justice endeavors. This research is a community engaged, co-authored project with indigenous migrant rights groups in California, as well as environmental justice groups. And we provided the early publications and findings to both federal, state, and local agencies, including the United Nations, International Organization for Migration, really trying to provide a case study, not only for California and the United States, but internationally, about how climate change is creating forced migration and impacting individuals all over the world, particularly when it relates to wildfires in Greece, Australia, and Brazil, and how they're most centered on individuals that don't have the capacity or resources to prepare for and recover from a wildfire. So in this research, we really start with the premise that undocumented migrants are rendered invisible in the context of public policy because of systemic racism and cultural norms of who is considered a worthy disaster victim. And again, we provided this to multiple briefings. So a quick roadmap that what I'm going to be providing you today is understanding wildfire and inequality, an overview of wildfires and their impacts to undocumented migrants in a new research area that we're studying on Sonoma County, which is the wine region in Northern California, the direct disaster impacts to migrant communities, and then in the Q&A, I'll be providing some policy recommendations. So to start with some background, according to a recent proceedings of the National Academies of Sciences, climate change is making wildfire season longer and more severe. On average, wildfires in the Western United States burn 6 times the acreage they did 45 years ago. In California's Sierra Nevada, the frequency of wildfires since 1970 has increased 256% as the mountain snowpack melts earlier and fire season extends nearly year-round. Moreover, 15 of the 20 largest wildfires by acreage in California have occurred since the year 2000, and 5 of the most destructive and deadly wildfires in California have occurred in Sonoma County, which is our new study site. While climate scientists expect wildfires to become more frequent and severe, it is important to explore how some people and communities are more affected by these events than others. In California, while many of the fire-prone regions are largely populated by higher income groups, there are also include hundreds of thousands of low-income individuals who lack the resources to prepare or recover from fire. These numbers will likely surge according to the California 4th Climate Assessment Report, which projects that the state's wildfire burn area will increase by 77% by the end of the century. The state of California, however, does not have a comprehensive analysis of wildfire based on social vulnerability, or for the most part, really incorporates undocumented migrants in their disaster planning processes. Such outcomes occurring during and after wildfires have major environmental justice implications, in that certain populations, due to their socioeconomic status, must live with the disproportionate share of environmental impacts and suffer the related public health and quality of life burdens. Moreover, in our research, we investigate how human identities such as gender, class, race, indigeneity, and immigration status intersect with wildfire disaster. So now I'm going to provide a little bit of context of the Sonoma County wildfires and in particular, indigenous and undocumented migrants in the region. Media outlets across the country focus news reports on the loss of coastal and hillside mansions and impacts to wealthy homeowners and farmers. The Sonoma fires, however, not only destroyed expensive property, crops, and wineries, but it also endangered the health and livelihood of thousands of undocumented migrants. California is home to an estimated 2.5 million undocumented migrants, many of whom are farm workers or are employed in service jobs such as housekeeping and landscaping. In Sonoma County, undocumented individuals are estimated to account for more than 7% of the population, or 32,000 individuals. While relief efforts in Sonoma fires have largely been praised as effective, migrant workers were especially impacted from the fire due to the loss of employment, the lack of evacuation information in their native language, confusion about eligibility for disaster relief services, and poor infrastructure and housing and immigrant communities. Undocumented migrant socioeconomic situation is usually precarious. However, the wildfire disaster intensified their already difficult situation. The Sonoma fires, moreover, revealed how undocumented migrants and those working with seasonal work visas require special consideration in disaster planning. These individuals are often afraid to seek help and restitution during and after a wildfire for fear of deportation. Undocumented migrants are also unable to access disaster relief services because of language barriers and prohibition from accessing federal disaster assistance programs. Governments in the regions, moreover, overlook the needs of low-income farm workers, Spanish and indigenous speakers, and immigrant families. Sonoma County is home to a growing indigenous Mexican population. It is estimated that 12,000 indigenous people from southern Mexico live and work in Sonoma County. Concentrated in labor-intensive sectors such as row crops and grapes, indigenous migrants perform an increasing amount of the arduous labor, which contributes to the profitability and affordability of fresh fruits, vegetables, and wine. In particular, indigenous Mexican people in Sonoma County are culturally and linguistically isolated. Many are illiterate, and some speak neither Spanish nor English, but only their native language, such as Mixteco, Triqui, Chatino, and Maya. It is important to note that indigenous Mexican people are not Hispanic or Latino, but indigenous. They are often homogenized with Latino communities. So now more directly for some of the impacts that were experienced by undocumented migrants and particularly farm workers. The first is the issue of language injustice. Many of the emergency information about sheltering, disaster relief services, boil alerts, power shutoffs, air quality warnings of hazardous air quality were not translated into Spanish, let alone indigenous languages, but only in English. And this occurred first in 2017. So indigenous migrant rights groups and environmental justice groups essentially had to go on their low power wattage radio stations, social media platforms, such as Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp to translate this information. So Sonoma County and the neighboring Napa County did not assign one individual to do live translations for disaster. So essentially this fell upon social justice and NGO community to do this live translation. As I mentioned before, some of the important information that was being set out is about how the fire was worsening air quality and creating essentially a toxic soup of air in the region. And many individuals were required to labor in these areas without any proper notification information of the risks that they were entailing. And it's important to note that a lot of this information, again, was not translated into Spanish, let alone indigenous languages. And it's important to note that indigenous languages such as Mixteco sounds nothing like Spanish. So I'm going to play a quick audio clip for people that may not have heard of the language Mixteco. So you would be surprised how many individuals in California that are from the government working in the disaster area are not aware of these indigenous communities, let alone how different these indigenous languages are from the Spanish language. Other issues are worker health and safety impacts. So as I mentioned before, this is wine country. And last year, for example, when the wildfire season started in August, at the very beginning of the wine harvest season, there was concern by landowners and farmers that the smoke and ash was going to taint some of the grapes and affect the harvest and the winemaking process. So they requested from the Sonoma County Agriculture Commissioners special requests, what's called access request permits, to enter into mandatory evacuation zones to allow their workers to enter into these zones that are considered hazardous for the rest of the general public, to go into these communities and harvest the crops. And based on our research, what we understand a lot of these individuals weren't told of the risks, let alone provided proper protective equipment such as N95 masks, goggles, gloves, proper sanitation issues, equipment to protect them from this toxic smoke that they were inhaling and breathing through arduous labor. And this was compounded with the existing COVID-19 pandemic, where there was oftentimes not enough social distancing for these individuals, again, let alone sanitation or water for them. There's also economic and health impacts to some of these workers. Many of them, because they're undocumented immigrants, do not have access to unemployment insurance, let alone healthcare, should they get sick or injured working in these fields that are mandatory evacuation zones. So many of them feel pressured because they're really reliant on this job. And if they don't go to work, there's no social safety net to protect them. So many, while they do not want to work in these dangerous conditions, are essentially pressured to do so. And I'll just read quickly a quote from one of our interviews from one of the farm workers that told us, working conditions in the fields remain difficult. There is no one who monitors whether or not what the law requires. Most field workers work for contractors, which means the jobs are temporary. They don't have benefits such as paid time off, holidays, or paid sick days. The protections that do exist are in place only because employers are afraid to get in trouble, not because they want to improve the conditions. There's been also other impacts to workers, such as domestic workers, service workers, and landscape workers. Domestic workers, of course, lose their jobs when these properties are burned down. And again, they don't have access to unemployment or other disaster funds because of their immigration status. And then after the fires, there's a lot of fire debris. So contractors from out of town and other places come in and start soliciting work from undocumented migrants to clean up the toxic debris. Again, these individuals are not told what they're cleaning up, let alone provided with the proper training or protective equipment. To fill in some of these gaps at government, state, local, and federal, and create a social safety net, Sonoma County in 2017 created the first disaster relief fund dedicated to undocumented migrants in the United States. And since 2017, they have raised over $10 million, and I believe they're up to over 20 million now since the pandemic. And they have aided over 10,000 families in the last couple of years and provided assistance from childcare, healthcare issues, housing, and of course, to supplement some of their lost wages, or because of the power shutoffs of the food that they may have lost during those power shutoffs of the wildfire events. And then to wrap up is the idea of immigration status and disaster aid, and particularly the public charge rule. In some situations, some of these undocumented migrants live in mixed households in which there is at least one individual that is a US resident or US citizen. And when you have that one eligible individual, they are able to request disaster assistance for the entire household from FEMA, the Federal Disaster Agency. But under the Trump administration, many individuals did not get funds that they were eligible for fear of being deported in surveillance, because FEMA is under the Department of Homeland Security. And under Trump, there was a little statement in the application form that said this information will be shared with the Department of Homeland Security, which houses ICE, the Customs and Immigration Services. So a lot of people were afraid to access this monetary assistance for fear of deportation. And then there has been also broader community impacts in secured shelters. Again, some of these undocumented migrants were afraid to enter into some of the government or the Red Cross shelters for fear that ICE would come there and deport them. There's been situations in other fires in past years in San Diego where that did occur. And so there's many individuals, there was 300 individuals that fled west of Sonoma, central Sonoma County to the coast in Bodega Bay, and camped out there for many days because they were afraid to go into the shelters. And this was back in, I believe this was back in 2017. And then finally, policy implications that we need to really think beyond just property values. The current disaster policies also fail to account for the complex webs of impacts caused by disasters far beyond the destruction of property within the perimeter of the fire itself. For example, toxic smoke flows down from burning hillsides and mountainsides, settling in densely populated valleys below, threatening outdoor workers. Lavish hillside mansions are destroyed or evacuated, leaving low-wage migrant gardeners, housekeepers, and caregivers unemployed. Tourism throughout the region shuts down, putting thousands of hotel employees out of work. From the loss of housing and infrastructure to the closure of schools and job sites, multiple regions are impacted beyond the footprint of the actual fire. For example, in a low-income migrant family living outside a burn area who loses several weeks of wages without eligibility for assistance may be more negatively impacted than a high-income homeowner who lives within the fire risk zone, whose property is replaced by their homeowner's insurance policy, which also pays for hotel accommodations for them to stay in the interim. So to conclude, we need to move forward with more inclusive disaster planning policies and programs, and draw on migrant and indigenous community knowledge, and embrace migrant communities and disaster planning, response and recovery, and bolster some of these Latinx and indigenous civil society organizations' capacity in disaster relief and planning efforts. Many of these NGOs are filling up the gap that government is leaving behind, and the policies that are rendering these communities invisible. And they're using their own resources to do this, and are not being paid or compensated for that resources, essentially doing services that the state, local, federal government should be doing. And then this idea of disaster planning, that disaster planning is primarily white and male. And this was further identified by a disaster manager in the state of Virginia that really said that overwhelmingly mid-level and senior level in, positions throughout the country are primarily held by people that are white and male, and very few are held by people of color. So this idea of experience, embodied lived experience, really is important now in the disaster planning and environmental fields. If we don't have individuals that look like us, that are from the community, that's going to have a real impact from the top down in terms of how we conceptualize disaster and who is considered a worthy disaster victim. So I think I'm about time there. And during our Q&A, I'll be happy to talk a little bit more about our findings, both from Sonoma County and our published research in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties as well, and the path forward. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mendez. You know, as you were presenting, I was just thinking if anyone in our audience is a little unclear on the definition of environmental racism, there it is. I would like to ask Angela to unmute herself, and we'll turn to urban environments.
Yes, thank you so much, Sarah. It's such a pleasure to be here with you, and really want to thank you and the Mexican American Civil Rights Institute for the invitation to be here today, and want to commend my fellow panelist, Dr. Mendez, on his tremendous work in this space, and really you know, making the issues around climate change and environmental and climate injustices more visible. And I look forward to reading your book and really just appreciate your research. I know that many of us in this space have learned a lot from you and from folks in academia who are bringing to light some of these issues, and just appreciate you, and I'm looking forward to this dialogue. As Sarah mentioned, my name is Angela Tovar. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for the City of Chicago. As she mentioned, my background historically is in the movement space. I spent quite a bit of time in working in nonprofit organizations and working in communities that are on the front lines of climate change. And more recently, left New York City and transitioned back to the city of Chicago, which is my hometown, to work in the public sector and to think about how to apply that community level experience more broadly to citywide issues. And before I talk about my work and some of the issues that we're facing here in the city of Chicago, I do want to just put a more recent experience and bring to light an issue that is happening right now in real time, because we are in the midst of the climate crisis. And as Michael mentioned, we are seeing more frequent and more severe climate related events. And he also mentioned that these events are disproportionately wreaking havoc on under-resourced communities. And this isn't just happening, you know, on the West Coast. This isn't just happening here in the Midwest. This is happening globally. And today, you know, our hearts are with Haiti, who not only experienced overnight a massive magnitude earthquake, but they are also gearing up for a tropical storm, which is slated to hit the island and make landfall today. And events like this really underscore the urgency of governments and leaders throughout the globe of folks acting immediately on climate change and really taking this moment to develop more equitable solutions to ensure, and Michael touched on this a little bit at the end of his recommendations, that folks that have been left out of the decision-making process historically and folks that are underserved in this space are at the forefront of our solutions. We cannot solve for climate change unless our frontline communities are top of mind. Otherwise, we will leave people behind. And today, I want to talk a little bit about how these issues show up in the urban context, and I will pivot back to Chicago now. And for those of you who aren't familiar with our great city, you're probably wondering, what the connection to Mexican Americans and the city of Chicago is. I know we're a Midwestern city, so people don't necessarily think of us as a Latinx city, but Chicago has a deep and very rich connection to Mexico, with immigrants dating back all the way to the early 1900s. Chicago and Cook County, the county which Chicago is in, are actually home to the third largest Mexican American population in the United States, and that's outside of LA County being the first, and then Harris County in Houston being the second. And on a personal note, I personally, I'm a third generation Southsider here in the city of Chicago. My family immigrated from Mexico to the southeast side of the city. And this was during the height of steel production, the steel production era. And like many families from central Mexico came to join the mills. Many families migrated to work in the meatpacking industry as well. And found, economic prosperity in the manufacturing industry. And what's interesting about that is that when the manufacturing industry began to leave Chicago and became more of a global sector, the jobs left with them, right? And unfortunately, at that time, there was no effort to try to rebuild. There was not an effort to try to restore that economic prosperity for communities. And many folks were left behind. And these very extractive industries like steel production left behind brownfields and other industrial ruins in its place. And so historically, after the downturn of this sector, many of the communities sought solutions by attracting other pollution producing facilities to replace the steel and other industrial industries that left the city. And that has brought about, and in some cases maintained, many environmental injustices. And as Michael mentioned, environmental racism is nothing new, right? If we look at and scan the United States, there are cities all over the country that are grappling with environmental injustices. We know that low-income communities and communities of color are disproportionately impacted by environmental harm here in Chicago and beyond. And we also know there's data that shows us that race is a very strong predictor of a person living near and contaminated air, water, or soil site. And so we know that 56% of populations that live near toxic sites here in the United States are people of color, and largely Latino and Black communities. And to deepen our understanding of how this shows up in Chicago, I'll share with you a little bit about data that was released last year by the Chicago Department of Public Health. They analyzed for the first time community level data on air quality, health, and social factors to really try and identify which neighborhoods must be prioritized to mitigate and reduce air pollution here in the city of Chicago. And this is something that is similar to efforts that are taking place in other cities. It's based off of a methodology that comes from the EPA, which is a screening tool that shows you high priority areas when you take into account different factors. And probably the most notable effort to do this is California. The state of California has something called the Cal EJ screen that visualizes this data. So here in the city of Chicago, we did something similar where we created a methodology using EPA data, as well as incorporating some more hyperlocal data that was available from the Department of Public Health to look at priority areas. And what we found was that the areas of greatest concern for the city were located in communities of color, which are largely located on the south and west side of the city. And in particular, it was communities that were bisected by major highways, with high concentrations of industry that were most overburdened and were experiencing the highest levels of pollution and the most vulnerability when it comes to poor air quality. So for us, that means that Mexican American communities like Pilsen, like La Villita here in Chicago, and the Southeast Side, which are our primary Mexican American communities, are more vulnerable to air pollution and are more likely to grapple with things like respiratory conditions like heart disease and other poor health outcomes that are attributed to poor air quality. And another notable thing that I just want to mention that I think is important here, Dr. Mendez talked a lot about the compounding impacts of climate change, right? So we're talking about baseline existing conditions, right? Being vulnerable to air quality due to the proximity to pollution producing facilities, your exposure to things like particulate matter, and then also the existing health conditions. Now we're talking about the compounding layer of climate change, right? So what happens now if all of these conditions already exist in our communities? And then from there, we're talking about more extreme high heat days, more extreme weather events, right? Colder winters, hotter summers, more frequent and more severe storms. How are they going to impact communities that are already grappling with things like poor air quality, right? And so one of the things that's most notable that we found in our research is there is a correlation also between communities that are grappling and are struggling with urban heat island, right? So as we see more frequent and hotter heat days, we are also seeing that these same communities of color are absorbing this heat, right? Because they lack tree coverage. And a recent study found that formerly redlined communities, so, and let me take a step back just to explain redlining. That was a common practice in the 70s where the federal government created maps of hundreds of cities and rated like the riskiness of different neighborhoods for real estate investment. And Black and immigrant communities were typically rated hazardous. And so for decades, people in redline areas were denied access to mortgages, and that really fueled a cycle of disinvestment. And so when we overlay those redline communities, that's typically where the high concentration of industry is. And now we're learning that there's this correlation between redlining and climate change, right? Because those same neighborhoods lack things like tree coverage, and they have fewer parks and fewer trees. And so when these high heat days are coming to our neighborhoods, our neighborhoods are 5 degrees hotter on average than more affluent communities. And this isn't just unique to Chicago. There's research that suggests that redline communities throughout the country are experiencing these same issues. And so now, where does that leave us as the city of Chicago, and I think cities across the country? And before I get into some of our policy solutions, it would be a missed opportunity for me to acknowledge the movement leadership throughout the country and the world in this space. There are leaders here in Chicago, community leaders, very powerful Mexican American leaders that represent community organizations like the Little Village Environmental Justice Organization or the Southeast Environmental Task Force, people that have stepped up to realize what a transition to a more regenerative economy, to a more sustainable future looks like for their community. These are the folks that are guiding this work. These are the folks that have represented the communities on the front line, that have been pushing city level leaders, policymakers at the state level and at the federal level to do better, to show up for communities, to create policies that protect people from pollution, that create healthier communities. So these are the folks that have been advocating historically. And now it is up to us in the public sector to really take a stand and to join these frontline leaders and to help them, to support them by realizing the vision that they have for their communities. And so just wanted to, before I get into what we're doing at the City of Chicago, just acknowledge the folks that are in that space. I do feel like we are in a moment where we can achieve hyperlocal benefits that our communities need now more than ever, but it is a tough road ahead of us because we're not only grappling with climate change, we are also still in the midst of this pandemic, right? We are seeing tremendous budget shortfalls at every level of government. We're still seeing the economic downturn of many sectors, and we're seeing, deep and systemic racial inequities finally exposed. But I think it is up to us as leaders, as the folks in the public sector, to reimagine our environment and sustainability priorities. and to move more towards that visionary agenda that achieves our climate goals and that builds that roadmap in coordination with our frontline leaders until we and our environmental justice communities in this city are liberated from these environmental burdens, and until they have the fresh air, the clean drinking water, the access to clean transportation that they deserve. And I've thought about this in a number of different ways, and the way that I see it is that we as the city need to confront our most profound environmental challenges. Many times in this space, when we're talking about climate change, people like to focus on emissions reductions, right? And how we can electrify and decarbonize our building and transportation sectors, which is wonderful and is something that I'm very adamant about. But we also have to confront the existing environmental challenges that our city is grappling with, like some of the legacy contamination that I described when I was talking about the steel industry, or that ongoing pollution that I mentioned that's a result of industry or result of being in close proximity to highways. We have to center this work on equity to ensure that we're building those solutions, again, in partnership with frontline organizations, with groups that are most impacted, and to really ensure that we are providing our most vulnerable communities with the tools that they need to thrive. We have the opportunity to think about community wealth being in this space, wealth building in this space, and to really ensure the health of our communities. A lot of times that is tied to how we can create more sustainable economies that lead to the development of green jobs. But we can go beyond that as well and really think more meaningfully about what supply chain looks like, what wealth building looks like, what community ownership of these assets look like. And there's a lot of room and some really great conversations that are happening in this space. I know that we're running out of time. I will just mention a couple of things that we're doing here in the city that I'm very proud of. We recently announced a green recovery agenda that highlights how we can think about combating some of these environmental justice issues while creating this economic sector, this green economic sector, as well as rapidly moving away from greenhouse gas emissions. And so this year, I'm very proud of a couple of things. We have been able to launch an environmental equity working group where we're working in partnership with frontline leaders and other technical advisors to advance a robust agenda. We are working on a building decarbonization strategy with technical experts, community organizations, and others to think more equitably about how the city can move rapidly away from fossil fuels in the built environment. We are at the end of the year releasing our climate action plan that we are working on in coordination with communities to talk about how we could rapidly reduce all sectors in the city away from fossil fuels and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And we recently released a waste strategy that identifies pathways for us to create more circularity in our waste stream so that we are moving away from landfilling and promoting very exciting concepts here in the city, like increasing composting and materials reuse. So those are just a couple of things I'm excited about, and I'm looking forward to the conversation in the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Angela. And Michael, if you want to put your camera back on, we do have a couple of questions. And, first and foremost, I just want to say this is such important information for our communities to have, because again, I don't feel like the issue of environmental justice gets enough attention when we talk about civil rights, and yet it is ramming at us. I mean, you mentioned, Angela, what happened just this morning in Haiti. And I know that probably everyone who's watching this can think of some weird weather event that has happened in their community over the last few years, and how those things seem to be getting more common. So both fortunately and unfortunately, I think we're going to be hearing a lot more about this in the media, fortunately because we need to know about it, but unfortunately because it's getting worse. So a couple of questions. One is, there was a question about what kind of potential do you think there is for coalition building between environmental activists and immigration activists?
I think there's a lot of potential. So this wildfire research on undocumented migrants, I first started doing field work and interviews on that very intersection of how environmental justice groups in California were teaming up with immigrant rights groups and putting forward joint intersectional types of campaigns. And it's a great topic, and it's happening more and more. And that actually led me to the wildfire research, where it was more applicable or a more real life example of how these two organizations are working together. But more and more people are understanding that racial justice platform is not just about the police and our criminal justice system, but that injustice, racial injustice, gender injustice, sexuality injustice, disability justice permeates all aspects of our society, including our environmental realm, which we largely think of as a movement put forward by white individuals, wealthy white coastal Democrats. But it's fundamental to our livelihoods and who we are as individuals. Latino individuals throughout Latino America are uniquely tied to nature and our working lands. And we need to really reclaim that idea of that, yes, we need to identify some of the environmental discrimination that's happening and environmental pollution that's happening in our urban areas, but also about our ecological livelihoods, that we also need the right to natural resources, air, water, and other types of green spaces to live a really full and functioning lifestyle. So that's where we see that intersection of these injustices, again, from gender, disability, immigration status, are all intersecting, and we can help each other's movements if we work together and see those connections.
Okay, another question. It says, while we're getting better on both fronts, neither the mainstream environmental movement nor the disaster management system have been especially welcoming of Latino voices. What should Latino civil rights advocates be doing better to advance environmental justice?
And I can take that one, Sarah. I can begin. And I will just say, I don't know if it's our responsibility to be doing better. I would say that it's the responsibility of those mainstream environmental organizations and the disaster management systems to do better. And I know that we are in this moment, particularly because of where we are and in just really acknowledging historic racism in our country, that more and more advocacy organizations are finding their voice and are holding these spaces accountable, right? And I think that we are in this moment where we have to keep pushing, and advocacy organizations have to keep pushing. And those of us, whether it be the public sector or these mainstream environmental organizations, need to create space and broaden the table and really take a moment to co-design these spaces, right, with people and build better tables collectively. I know that in my work personally, I have, as a tool that we used in the movement space, I have carried over the James principles of democratic organizing to a lot of my work as guidelines for how we can do better, how we can work better in solidarity and mutuality, and to ensure that voices of our frontline communities are heard. And I think that that's a great tool to utilize for all spaces where people are being organized together. So I would say the pressure is on the mainstream and the organizations that have historically left out voices of communities of color. We should be doing better. And I think that what we can be doing from the advocacy space is ensuring that people are showing up authentically and are incorporating the voices of our frontline communities.
Okay, and just one last thing. I know we've gone a tiny bit over, but what are some things that we can do to assist people who are impacted, especially these farm workers. I mean, just this summer, we saw some very dramatic photos of farm workers working during this horrible heat wave in the Pacific Northwest. What can we do?
I think there's a lot we can do. And as it was mentioned earlier, both Angela and I talked about these compounding of disasters, heat waves, wildfires, COVID-19 pandemic, drought here as well, that are all happening as synergetically with each other. The biggest thing is advocating and really pushing from your local, your state, to your federal individual policymakers to really put Latinos and socially vulnerable populations, including the elderly, at the center of their disaster information. Again, a lot of the Latino communities are rendered invisible because of systemic racism, and they're not considered worthy disaster victims. And it takes individuals, organizations to really advocate and push for the voiceless, oftentimes, to ensure that resources are redirected to the most stigmatized and socially vulnerable populations in our community, because otherwise it's not going to happen. And we've seen this through COVID-19 pandemic. We've seen this in hurricanes and other types of compounding disasters. So it really takes that push to reframe our ideas and change what those frameworks look like.
Well, thank you so much. Again, I know we went a little bit over, but there's just so much to say on this topic, and it's something that I think I'm hoping MACRI will take some time to revisit this topic over the course of this coming year, because we're all hot, and we don't want this to continue on, and we're worried about our air quality, we're worried about our water quality. So thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us today. And we will now take a very short break and come back at 2 o'clock with our third panel for the day, Emerging Scholars of Mexican American Civil Rights History. Thank you. Welcome back. We've come to the last panel for today, Emerging Scholars of Mexican American Civil Rights History. I want to welcome MACRI board member, Dr. Stephen Pitti, who will moderate the panel.
Thank you so much, Sarah. This has been an extraordinary symposium, and I want to thank you, Dr. Gould, and everyone in MACRI for the opportunity today to host this final panel, a conversation with two excellent early career scholars about their cutting edge research on Mexican American civil rights history. I'm Stephen Pitti, professor of history at Yale, where I'm also the founding director of the Center for the Study of Race, Indigeneity, and Transnational Migration. I'm a historian of Mexican Americans, and I teach and write about Mexican American civil rights. I'm privileged to serve on the board of MACRI and to chair its Scholars Council. Like others who've spoken today, I want to say that I owe a great debt and a great deal to my parents. My father, who began teaching Chicana and Chicano history in the early 1970s, and who did that for 40 years, assuring that I would grow up in a household steeped in these histories. And that I also owe a great debt to many, many students, archivists, and activists over the last 20 years who have taught me so much. And I'm particularly grateful in recent years for MACRI's amazing work. I'm excited today to introduce two scholars who will speak briefly about their research. MACRI, of course, works to advance and highlight new findings, new understandings of Mexican American civil rights. And we're excited today to spotlight these two scholars because there is so much historical research to do. And in many ways, they are leading the way. We're going to try to reserve some time at the end of this conversation to engage discussion and to take a question or two from you as audience members. So if you do have a question, we just invite you to put that into the Q&A for our panelists to consider. Our first speaker today is Dr. Sandra Enriquez, an assistant professor of history and the director of the public history emphasis at the University of Missouri, Kansas City. Dr. Enriquez is a native of Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, and she earned her PhD from the University of Houston. And she's done remarkable work as a public historian in the Kansas City region and in Texas. Dr. Enriquez's research and teaching interests include Latinx history, urban history, social movements, and public history. Her book project, El Barrio No Se Vende, Urban Redevelopment and Community-Controlled Preservation in El Paso, Texas, examines grassroots preservation efforts to keep Mexican American neighborhoods from the bulldozer. Dr. Enriquez will be speaking today on, quote, El Barrio Se Defiende, Grassroots Activism and Neighborhood Preservation in El Paso, Texas. Our second speaker is Dr. Yami Rodriguez, a postdoctoral fellow in the Department of History at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. As a historian, Dr. Rodriguez's work explores issues of race, ethnicity, labor, and migration, especially in the US South. Dr. Rodriguez earned her PhD from Yale University in 2020. With a regional focus on the US South, Rodriguez's current project, entitled Mexican Atlanta, Migrant Placemaking in the Latinx South, will be the first major book-length project to trace the history of Metro Atlanta's Mexican community and its history since the 1970s. As a scholar grounded in Georgia, Dr. Rodriguez has done groundbreaking public history work in the Atlanta area in which she's worked to archive and preserve and interpret regional Mexican and Mexican American history. Dr. Rodriguez will be speaking today on, quote, Latinx civil rights in North Georgia. Let me turn this over to you, Dr. Enriquez, so that you can tell us a little bit about your work on El Paso.
Hi, thanks, Stephen, and thank you, MACRI, for inviting me to be part of this dialogue, and also to thank you and thanks to Yami. I'm really looking forward to learning more about your project, and thanks to everyone joining us today. But I want to provide kind of like a brief overview of what my project is about. So for much of our discussions about Mexican American history, barrios are critical spaces to understand the Mexican American and the Latinx experience in the United States. Historically, the barrio has played an important role in identity formation, in consciousness rising, and as a gathering space for emerging civil rights movements. In the latter half of the 20th century and into the 21st century, the story of the barrio becomes one of demolition, one of displacement, one of gentrification. And we tend to often focus, holistically on the losses and the destruction of historic Mexican American and Latinx communities. On their part, historians and scholars have really worked to chronicle stories of cities in the post-war years, often highlighting also this decline, disinvestment, lack of social services, and crime in Black and Brown communities. We often focus on post-war urban renewal and later public and private redevelopment partnerships and how these are going to transform urban landscapes across the country. But these works often neglect the Latinx and the Mexican American experience. And the defense of the barrios in the late 20th century can offer an important view of the Chicano movement and the fight for Latinx civil rights, and particularly community-controlled urban redevelopment as a viable solution to community disinvestment. So with that kind of context, I wanted to talk to you about a little bit about my book, El Barrio No Se Vende, which chronicles the various ebbs and flows of community activism that take place in El Paso, Texas, between late mid-1970s to about the mid-1980s. It really chronicles one example of how ordinary citizens are experiencing renewal, not as passive victims of top-down policies, but rather as integral players in urban redevelopment. El Paso's border barrios, which are often deemed the Ellis Island of the Southwest, had been historically under siege from the get-go. But the 1970s is going to, 60s, excuse me, is going to welcome an aggressive campaign to eradicate and redevelop the community. In just under a decade, the resolution of the Chamizal Treaty in 1963, which shifts the border between the US and Mexico in El Paso, a series of tenement fires, and the enforcement of the tenement eradication program began the rapid depopulation of South El Paso. And so this paves the way for city and business leaders to envision a new future and purpose for the border neighborhood that could be serving as a beautiful front yard, in quotes, to the United States. And so these protests from the Mexican American community for the preservation of their community are really a culmination of racial inequality and political disenfranchisement in the state of El Paso. Although Mexican and Mexican Americans had been the majority of the population and still are to this day, for generations, many have lived, in kind of invisible, in the case of people living in South El Paso, for decades, they lived in a 1 square mile neighborhood, about 25,000 people, with lack of political power, absentee landlords, and the city leaders' disregard that started creating an unattainable situation in the barrios. And so this is what is going to place, such a target in the community historically, and kind of to erase that Mexican American heritage, but also the poverty of the area itself. And so Mexican Americans are going to utilize urban redevelopment as a vehicle to demand a voice in the future development of their community. And their tactics provided grassroots alternatives to urban revitalization. And although wounded at the end, their tireless efforts did save the barrios from demolition. They rehabilitated the area and ultimately empowered Mexican Americans to claim ownership of the urban spaces they had inhabited for generations. So how did they achieve this? So barrio residents in 1975 began creating a second generation of grassroots organizations that were very well informed by the Chicano movement. And so they create groups like La Campaña Pro la Preservación del Barrio, or the Campaign to Preserve the Barrio, and the Chihuahuita Improvement Association, or as they used to call themselves, CIA. And they create these organizations to challenge divisions and to preserve the Mexican cultural character of the community. These efforts are guided by the needs of the community and are best exemplified by the philosophies of La Campaña, something that they call the regeneration of the barrio, or la regeneración del barrio. So this meant it was an idea to renew the community through a holistic approach, one that sought to deal with urban blight in South El Paso, but also to solve the social, economic, and political problems experienced by residents, most of them who were renters, while placing the direct participation of the barrio at the forefront. To kind of give you an example of this philosophy, La Campaña explained, quote, "The idea of regeneración of South El Paso entails dealing not only with the revitalization of buildings, but also the regeneration of our customs, our cultural integrity, the concept of family and the concept of the whole community. New buildings or relocation sites by themselves have never revitalized the community. On the contrary, new housing in the context of many redevelopment and renewal schemes have in fact destroyed neighborhoods. The rich culture and community and history of the people of El Segundo Barrio is an added binding force to the spirit of the community." So South El Paso's almost decade-long movement employed what I can put into an umbrella of three grassroots methods. First, these organizations that were created in the 70s served as a political intermediary between the community, city hall, and other governmental agencies. Through these efforts, the group urged for community control redevelopment of the barrio. They forced city officials to bring federal funds to rehabilitate the area, and even created nonprofit organizations like the La Campaña's nonprofit arm, the Southside Low Income Housing Corporation, in which they were able to bring community development funds into the neighborhood and be able to build their own affordable housing on their own terms. The second was a little more radical and employed by La Campaña and another organization called the Comité Cívico Democrático, or the Civic Community Democratic Committee. And this was through, radical occupations, staging tent cities, becoming squatters in tenements that were marked for demolition. And through these efforts, activists and residents of South El Paso dramatized the lack of housing in the neighborhood, but they also occupied these tenements and used sweat equity to bring the tenement up to code and make it a safe and suitable option for housing in the community. And then the last method involved more of a grassroots cultural revitalization project type of situation, where they employed mural paintings, planting community gardens, creating community centers, and really pushing for the history of the community itself. And through this opportunity allowed activists and residents to embed the culture and heritage of the neighborhood while they were physically reshaping to meet the environment to meet the needs of the Mexican American population. And so I like the overall arching part of my book that I hope can happen is that the 1970s marked a beginning of a social revolution for the South Side in El Paso, one where people were choosing no longer to be passive to the top-down revitalization projects that were happening around them. And that at the end of the day, these organizations provide a window to understand the critical situation, not only about housing and the conditions that the community was living in, but also that they had their own strategies for community preservation, that these grassroots movements in a way could serve not only to maintain the cultural character of the area, but to avoid displacing people, to avoid putting them in a tenuous situation that would be repeated again and again and again, as we see in much of our in our discussions of urban redevelopment. And I think I'll stop there for now, so we can have a longer discussion about these projects.
Thanks, Dr. Enriquez. Yami, tell us about Latinx civil rights in North Georgia.
Gladly. Let me share my screen. After almost 2 years of doing this, you would think I'm less awkward about it. Okay, can folks see this? What's it? Oh, nope.
We're seeing it in presenter view. Oh, that's better.
That's better? That's good. Okay. Thank you. So first off, thank you to everyone who is here today, and thank you so much to MACRI for the invitation and for allowing me to be in the space. What I'm going to share with everyone today are essentially snapshots that have formed my research as I've been working on, as Dr. Pitti mentioned, my manuscript project titled Mexican Atlanta. I'm going to get us started with a bit of a story. So in 1983, Mexican-American novelist and journalist Ron Arias traveled from Los Angeles, California to Atlanta, Georgia. Arias looked to Atlanta as a potential site to write a story about the race relations that were or might be developing between the city's white, Black, and growing Latinx populations in the 1980s. Now, in order to find Latinx people to interview in the city, Arias had to make some local connections, and he was able to travel both within and outside of Atlanta city perimeters, where he met with Cuban, Puerto Rican, Panamanian, Colombian, Venezuelan, and Mexican migrants who were carving out their own Latinx spaces across the metropolitan region. He wrote, quote, "To be sure, Atlanta does not have a typical Hispanic community, one that is crowded off into low-income neighborhoods, one that feels Latin like Miami's Little Havana, New York's Spanish Harlem, Chicago's Pilsen, or LA's East Side. Broadview Plaza, with its few Latino stores and offices, is a faint reflection of the real community here." Now, there's a lot here to unpack, which hopefully I get to do with Sandra in the Q&A. But for now, the story continues. On the last day in the city, Arias traveled to Atlanta's Grand Park in downtown, where he really wanted to learn about the Mexican and Central American migrants who were living in close quarters and apartments near the factories that employed them. And again, he's an outsider to the community, so he looked to Eugenio Garza, who was a Tejano transplant in Atlanta, who served as a translator and informal advocate for the Spanish-speaking migrants. And I say informal because although he is listed as a federal agent, it seemed like he was very much just working with the community because he lived near them and shared a heritage. Now, Arias described Garza as, quote, "a buffer between American laws and regulations and the language ignorance of his poor Mexican brethren." Now, playing the so-called role of Mexican-American big brother to these migrants, Garza explained rent contracts, offered translation services, collected bail money, and talked to the police and immigration agents that were starting to be more present in the area as a Latinx community grew. Now, it's important to note here, Arias's description of the relationship between a Tejano and recently arrived migrants is rather patronizing and characterizes English-speaking Garza as an indispensable cultural broker for a community that was in process of establishing itself. Regardless, the description does capture some very important characteristics of over a century of Mexican-American history, mainly the relationships and linked fates of Mexican-Americans and Mexicanos alike. Such questions about these linked fates have animated my own research on the histories of Southern Latinx communities, and my current project documenting the stories of Mexican Atlanta has necessarily led me to Mexican-American Chicano history. Now, a bit of background. Though what we can call, entre comillas, the first cohort of Mexican Americans coalesced following the implementation of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848. Despite that, the US racial hierarchy resulted in a continuous conflation of Mexican American and Mexican migrants over the years. As co-ethnic separated by colonial reorganizations of land and borders, Mexican Americans and Mexicanos have long had to answer questions about what and who constitute their historical and contemporary communities. Now, for the following century, following the annexation of the US Southwest, Encounters between ethnic Mexicans occurred most often in places such as Texas, California, and industrializing sites across the Midwest, very important places that we've been hearing a lot about today. However, shifting migration patterns in the late 20th century resulted in a greater geographic diversity of Latinx communities in the US. Today, places like the US South have a large and growing Latinx, including Mexican American population. In accordance with scholars such as Lilia Fernandez and Perla Guerrero, both of whom have wonderful essays in this edited volume here called A Promising Problem. In accordance with their argument for the expansion of the geographic parameters of traditional Mexican American history, I ask those of us here today to consider the following questions for the rest of our time together. First, how does place, region, and migration status influence what we consider to be Mexican American history? Second, what do fights for Mexican American civil rights look like outside of the US Southwest? And finally, how do we talk about a community in process of formation, something that is continuously happening at the moment and connected to important histories of Mexican American struggles for justice? Now, I'll put these questions up here just so folks can look at them. And I'll say that when we look to Mexican American history and the long struggle for civil rights, important themes continue to come up. These include community struggles for equality in areas of education, political participation and representation, and a fight for equal freedom and protection under and from the state. Another common theme, as illustrated by Garza's relationship to his paisanos in the little intro story, is that of Mexican Americans' intimate relationship with Mexicanos, Mexican migrants who are not US citizens. Now, with these listed questions and these themes in mind, I'm going to turn to a selection of case studies regarding Latinx fights for justice in North Georgia in the 1980s and 1990s. And you'll soon see why I say Latinx here, not specifically Mexican American. Now, through brief historical snapshots gleaned primarily from Spanish language resources and informed by oral histories, I illustrate how shifts in ethnic Mexican and Latinx migration to new destinations resulted in renewed questions and challenges about citizenship and belonging for both migrants and US-born Latinx people in the US South. But before getting into the fun primary sources, let's look at some numbers. So here is a big old data set about the growth of the Georgia Latinx population beginning in the 1970s. The close of the 20th century witnessed the primarily labor migration of hundreds of thousands of Mexicans to the US South, a region with a short history of established Spanish-speaking communities by that point. In search of economic opportunities, these migrants were primarily Mexican nationals with varied legal statuses and experiences in the US, although, like Eugenio Garza, there were Mexican Americans amongst the first waves of migration. Now, as Georgia's number of ethnic Mexicans and Latinx people gradually grew beginning in the 1970s, local actors took note and asked questions about how to best organize the community. Importantly, to note here, the settlement of ethnic Mexicans and Latinx people in North Georgia was a sprawling process from the beginning, as shown in this map on the right that is taken from a 1979 report titled The Assessment of Hispanic Social Service Needs in Atlanta. And it's very messy, but essentially every little dot is a cluster of where Spanish-speaking migrants might be living across the metropolitan Atlanta area in North Georgia. Now, this sprawling community formation resulted in spatial constraints to effective outreach and advocacy efforts. The frustration over organizing such a sprawling nascent community was evident in interviews with Latinx people featured in Spanish language media. For example, in 1989, Dr. Justo Gonzalez, a local Cuban scholar, was interviewed for a special Mundo Hispánico issue that was dedicated to the Decade of the Hispanic, as the US media called the 1980s. When asked about Latinx people in Atlanta, Gonzalez responded that, quote, "In Atlanta, we are few and we're not organized. The Hispanic community is very disaggregated and there are many small groups." Now, though Dr. Gonzalez was correct about the sprawling nature of the community and the existence of small, sometimes disparate groups, there were in fact some early efforts to organize and advocate for Latinx people in Atlanta beginning in the 1980s and especially into the 1990s. Among these early advocates were institutions that are very well known to Mexican Americans nationally. LULAC, for example. The LULAC Atlanta Council, it was number 950, was an early Latinx-led organization in the city. It was established in 1981. And by its second year, members had established a fund for Hispanic college students. As far as I know, probably the first amongst it, with the sole exception maybe being the Cuban Club, which was established a decade or so prior. Now, the next decade for LULAC after 1982 was marked by continuous efforts to fundraise for the scholarship, again, the first one for Hispanic students in Georgia, while simultaneously battling what members described as a negative response to their efforts. In other words, these were people who were trying to organize for a Latinx community at the same time that they had to make the case that this community mattered, because it was still, for so many people, a small, insignificant population. Later in 1986, Oscar Moran, who was then the nationally elected president of LULAC, visited Atlanta to discuss the importance of education in the community with then director Armando Canales and Felipe Figueroa, both Mexican Americans working with the local chapter. And they're pictured here on the right in the meeting. Now, although Atlanta's LULAC chapter would not become a major power player in Georgia politics, the efforts of the chapter to support and value Latinx education were among the earliest efforts in the state that reflected the Mexican American institutions, by that point, decades-long fight for educational equality nationally. Now, the fight for equitable access to public education itself is a part of the Mexican American experience in the US, as evidenced by landmark cases such as the 1947 Mendez versus Westminster in California, in which a judge ruled that segregating students into distinct Mexican schools was unconstitutional, and the 1982 Plyer v. Doe case in Texas, in which the Supreme Court ruled that undocumented children had the right to enroll in public schools. A mere 8 years later, after the decision in Plyer versus Doe, in 1990, a moment when Georgia's Latinx population was growing rapidly, Cobb County, which many of you may remember from this past election cycle, was probably plastered all over your TVs. The Cobb County School District demanded that a Mexicana produce proof of citizenship before being allowed to enroll her two children in school. One of her children was given a note from the counselor that simply read, "green card." When the child returned to school without the requested paperwork, he was sent home. Both the local Spanish language media and the American Civil Liberties Union of Georgia, which was at that point led by Mexican American Jean Guerrero, lent their support to the family by publishing front page stories and writing letters to the school district delineating the unconstitutionality of their actions. After threats of a lawsuit were made clear, the county retracted their request and stopped asking for any proof of citizenship to enroll students. Now, attacks on undocumented and Spanish-speaking migrants continued in other venues as well outside of education. By the mid-1990s, the fight over language and access to public resources, which included, for example, the ability to take a driver's exam in your native language, took center stage for Latinx Atlanta. As the English-only conservative movement swept the nation in the 1990s, Georgia politicians unsurprisingly followed suit. The push for English-only legislation was coupled with an increased INS activity and initiatives that included Operation Southpaw in North Georgia that targeted undocumented Latinx workers. This resulted in a further need for community organizing. It was in this anti-immigrant, often specifically anti-Latinx context of the late 20th century that one of the state's first earliest cohorts of Latinx leaders and activists took center stage in fights for justice. For example, between 1993 and 1996, LULAC members, Atlanta's Latin American Association, Latinx business leaders, and other community members protested English-only legislation introduced by a Republican state senator from North Georgia. This was introduced time and time again over the years. Now, despite community opposition, Governor Miller did approve portions of the bill in 1996, which created an English-only statute for the state legislature. Silvia Correa, who at that point was president of the Georgia Hispanic Alliance, explained that although the law had no teeth, quote, "the intent is deadly. It's going to fan the flames of anti-immigrant sentiment that's sweeping the country. This is the single most damaging anti-Hispanic law passed by the state in a long time," end quote. The statute passed just 1 year after the 1995 Operation Southpaw previously mentioned, which was a regional INS effort that terrorized undocumented migrants through workplace raids and deportations. Teodoro Maus, who had served as the consul for the Mexican consulate, lamented that, quote, "the raids created anguish and chaos in the community amongst the undocumented and the legal. The raids tore apart a lifestyle and created such tensions that the people could barely breathe. Before these raids, Georgia had a sort of reputation of being un lugar tranquilo for undocumented migrants, which again, we can talk about in the Q&A. Now, a year after these raids in 1996, a journalist, Bilal Verdes, asked Teodoro Maus about his thoughts on Latinx organizing in Atlanta and the future of the community. So this was almost a decade after the first Dr. Gonzalez was asked about his thoughts. Maus answered that as the numbers of the population increased, there was a real need to cement a nucleus of natural leaders. When asked to explain what he meant, Mao said, "Not the ones who want to be president of an organization. They should not be created leaders or self-selected, but rather natural leaders, a person who the people can trust. These people should have a moral responsibility to the community." By 1999, Mao was spearheading monthly meetings for local Latinx leaders and allies at the Centro Mexicano de Atlanta, a meeting which is pictured right here on the right. This group, eventually named La Coordinadora de Líderes Comunitarios, organized, for example, petitions and protests demanding undocumented migrants be allowed to apply for driver's licenses, which is unfortunately a fight that is still ongoing to this day. Among the leadership for La Coordinadora were Mexican Americans, Mexican migrants, Puerto Ricans, and other Latinx people dedicated to fighting for the community at large. So what I've shared here today is a very simplified overview of 2 decades of Latinx-led struggles and efforts in a region that, at times, continues to insist that Spanish-speaking people are a new and foreign presence. These seemingly disparate snapshots of fights for dignity and inclusion in North Georgia are connected by 2 things. First, the region and state's growing Latinx community at the close of the 20th century meant that this was always a diverse community. And this diversity was along national, legal, and linguistic lines. Therefore, from this Southern perspective, Mexican-American civil rights history and its future, rather Mexican-American history in general, is a relational project insofar as its parameters should change depending on where, when, and with who community members carry out struggles for justice. In the case of North Georgia in the 80s and 90s, as well as the early 2000s, there were never really any strong distinctions made between advocacy by and for Mexican Americans, Mexican migrants, and other Latinx people. Rather, the circumstances of the place and the moment necessitated a coalitional approach that centered the most vulnerable in a moment of increasing anti-immigrant rhetoric and sentiment. Now, the second point of connection is that of a shared legacy with Mexican American and Latinx histories from across the nation. By this, I mean that questions about identity, generation, and belonging in the US that have been long posed by Chicano historians and Mexican American communities are now playing out in spaces outside of the US Southwest. The Latinx community in Georgia has now been well established for at least 4 decades, with ethnic Mexicans making up the majority of the population. In this regard, the younger generations are growing up in a Southern context that is very different than that of their parents and elders, many of whom were migrants with lived experiences first in places outside of Georgia. The question of what shape Mexican-American politics, identity, and culture will take in a future Southeastern context remains to be seen, or rather is unfolding even now as we speak. Today, it is the Latinx youth, including rappers such as Cap G and muralists such as Yemi Cambron, and multi-generational coalitions such as the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights that are fighting for and representing marginalized communities. Now, to conclude, I'll pose the question to myself. So what are the stakes? As Perla Guerrero writes in her chapter for A Promising Problem, The New Chicano History, she says, quote, "Chicano historians need to pay attention to the Nuevo South because the region is changing dramatically. Many of the youths are Chicanos and they deserve to know their history." From the stories I've shared today, we know that ethnic Mexicans have made up part of the Latinx population boom in the US South, and more importantly, have always led struggles for dignity and justice. This morning, Dr. Sarah Gould shared that MACRI hosts teacher workshops on how to implement Mexican American history in their classrooms, which is so exciting to hear because, I mean, hell, maybe one day in Georgia. All this to say that we are in an exciting moment when historians and public institutions can ensure and fight for a future of Mexican American history that does not overlook Southern and Midwestern stories, but rather works to connect histories across both time and geographic space. In other words, ensuring that a wide range of voices and experiences are represented as part of Mexican American historiography is a vital, necessary part of our collective work. And with that, I thank y'all and look forward to the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rodriguez. We have a couple questions. Let me start with you, Dr. Enriquez. Could you talk a little bit about your method as a person who's working in a local place in the period of the 1970s forward? What kind of research methods and research approaches to engage these topics have you found most productive, whether archival or oral historical or something else? Maybe just tell us a little bit about how you've done your work.
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything, but primarily oral history work. So most of these stories, they're not necessarily well documented, and El Paso archives, although I have been able to piece together things from various collections here and there that, have slowly but surely told me the story. But like I mentioned, oral history has been at the center of my method, particularly because when you talk about a neighborhood that is often seen as, kind of, and this is using, the words from newspaper articles, an ingrown toenail of El Paso, to something along the lines of like, too painful to address, but you have to do it, right? So that's the kind of identity that is imposed onto this community, right? So in order to be able to see what's at stake, right? Like, why did people not want to leave a community that is disinvested? That's where oral history has come in so handy, because one, you get to hear from people themselves who were fighting these efforts, but two, right, like they provide us a kind of from the ground up vision as to, their collective memories from this community, that although like they obviously people who live in a community like South El Paso, they understand that the community has been disinvested, right, over the years, but this is also where they've lived their lives, where they shape their their careers, their lives with their kids, right? And so I think that oral history has been extremely important to do so. And I'm also very thankful and grateful for folks in the 1970s who, as the field of oral history was kind of growing at that time, that knew to capture particular voices of folks that, were elderly, who were participating in the movement itself, that we would have lost their voices if we had not had, scholars like Oscar Martinez and others conducting these oral histories in the community.
Thank you. Dr. Rodriguez, basically the same question to you. What's been your practice? I know in your case, you've also worked to try to build one of the first archival collections that documents in written form, in print form, the histories of Mexicans in the Atlanta area.
So I'll start by saying a lot of the very poor quality pictures that made up my slides from the Mundo Hispanico came from my research in the Atlanta History Center, which when I first started this project, that was kind of the only collection. Unfortunately, at the time, very poorly organized, poorly kept up. But working with that collection and really being able to identify who some of those early actors were became a very important method for me to essentially start like creating a map of what Latinx Atlanta looked like prior to the 1990s. Because again, a big part for my project was there's this idea that Mexicans showed up with the Olympics in Atlanta in 1996. So a big part of my method was trying to find people who could tell a different sort of story from earlier. So that led me to meet one of the founders of Mundo Hispanico, and she had just this wide-ranging collection. Her name is Carola Ruben, and if people, the finding aids are published and they are hosted at the UGA Special Collections, Russell Special Collections Library right now. And it includes field notes from all the stories that they wrote for Mundo Hispanico, photographs from events, just these histories that, again, when I was growing up in Georgia, people would very openly say, there is no history for you here. Like y'all just got here. So it was so like, when I saw her collection, it was just the most, I mean, I don't know, it's like when you hear like, a wonderful oral history, right? It's a validation of your existence up to that point. So I worked with her to get those donated to UGA. And at the same time, working with universities to capture oral histories, as Sandra was mentioning, with some of the, Latinx sort of political leaders that have been leading the way here, like Sam Samaripa, Brenda Lopez Romero, and really trying to get that going so again, we can have these primary sources accessible really for the public, but also educators, because I mean, there's a lack of secondary source materials to pull from, and we're working on it. But for the moment, archive building has been a big thing. And then oral histories with the community. That really is what started this, being informed by my lived experience, by my parents' experiences here. And I mean, it's just that you can't do this work without the community telling you what to do. So like I very much follow their lead, talking to Mexican migrants who arrived, who, you know, moved from Texas factories and Chicago manufacturing sites to Atlanta in the 1970s, and listening to their early experiences about what it was like to be a Mexican in a place where people didn't really know who or what you were. So yeah, those are the two main things: archive building at the same time as writing, and oral history interviews.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, I just wanted to add,
Sandra,
I realized that I never said where these oral histories are. So the 1970s oral histories are part of the University of Texas at El Paso's Institute of Oral History, which you can access online. Some of them have transcripts, others are kind of indexed, but there's also, you can also hear, you know, the recording itself. And then, you know, they have fantastic collections. There's a Bracero Archive Oral History Project there too as well. So, you know, highly recommend. And then the second, some of my oral histories have been archived through digital projects like the Civil Rights and Black and Brown Oral History Project out of Texas Christian University. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but just wanted to give that shout out.
No, that's important. Thank you. People also want to know a little bit about how expressive culture and creativity figures into your understanding of civil rights. We have a specific question about whether the Southpaw raids in Georgia led to any particular expressive or cultural or creative work from Mexican-American communities who were pushing back against repression. But I wonder too, for you, Sandra, if you could speak to this issue about people articulating their vision of regeneration and of community in expressive forms in South El Paso. So for both of you, whichever one of you wants to go first.
So, I mean, I can just answer with Southpaw. I haven't come across any sort of what we would consider creative artwork to come out. There were definitely protests. There were protests held, you know, with actually, and I don't have a good picture of it, which is why I didn't share it, but, you know, sort of hearkening back to arguments that Chicanos historically made, people holding signs that said, you know, this is not America with a map of the United States, this is America with all of the Americas. So there was definitely a protest. But the reason that I share the more contemporary art is because I do feel like it was a sort of conflation with Mexican-American, you know, historical traditions of protest, as well as the migrant rights movement that really came together in like late 90s, early 2000s Atlanta. And people started to really use sort of the big imagery, las mariposas, banners, to illustrate the movement's specific struggles. But again, that really came like in the mid, what does mid 2000s mean? Around 2006 for like the national marches. And I will encourage, especially the person who has asked this question, to again look at GLAR, the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights, that have really taken artivismo, art activism, as a core principle in their organizing practice, because again, it's a way to make tangible and accessible histories in a way outside of the narrative form. So that's kind of my big old answer to that.
Thank you. Sandra.
Yeah, I realized about the conclusion of my presentation that I had not shared my PowerPoint with y'all. So I will definitely share how the creative processes came through in the activism that was done. So for example, I'm just gonna do this fairly quick so I don't take up too much time. Wait a second, there we go. Again, kind of like Yami, like you think that I would have it together, but clearly I don't, right? So for example, these are two of the remaining, there was a mural project called Los Murales del Barrio, and La Campaña was able to raise funds to hire youth for the summer using CEDA funds. So it's like a comprehensive employment and training. I'm really terrible with acronyms off the top of my head, but they were able to hire youth in the barrio to, in a way, paint their own visions of Chicano history on the walls. So these are two of the remaining murals. So you see Quetzalcoatl, right? And then kind of this very iconic Segundo Barrio mural in the neighborhood. And so they were all graduates from Bowie High School at the time, you know, and the kids in a way came up with, like, they were kind of exploring their own history and, you know, kind of tying it to the community itself. So this Quetzalcoatl one of the artists, he gets interviewed for the newspaper, and he says that, you know, the serpent is facing towards City Hall to showcase the anger that he's felt over the destruction of his community. So that's that. And then the second one, I'll stop sharing now. The second one is the creation of a community garden, right? So kind of planting seeds in an empty lot that had been destroyed as a result of these tenement eradication projects, right? So just to show you these, they're super grainy, obviously. Newspaper accounts, which is part of, you know, also a part of what's been some of my sources, but you can see Jardines del Barrio, you know, a project of the campaign, and they're just completely taking over empty lots, but also planting, you know, small pots in the tenement buildings to beautify, you know, these very brick-like, you know, kind of, a lot of folks felt that there was no like natural light coming in, that they were just dim and dark, you know, places, right? And so that's kind of how the creative process gets utilized in these movements.
That's so exciting. Thank you for bringing that all to our attention. I have two other questions that kind of come out of the chat that I've received, and we'll see if we can get both of them in. The first one is really more directly to you, Yami. There were some hints of Texas in your discussion of Georgia, and I wonder if you might elaborate a little bit about any connections between the history of Texas and ethnic Mexicans in Texas and the Georgia communities that you're describing.
Yeah, that's an important part of this work. So I mentioned other places. So a lot of this first cohort of ethnic Mexicans moving to Georgia had experiences living and working in other what we'd call traditional destinations, a big one being Texas. So quite a few of the people who migrated to Georgia in the late 70s, early 80s were actually folks who were working in Texas at the time of the sort of saturation of the labor market. And, you know, just general sort of economic decline, and people were having a hard time finding work. So I'd like to think it's that I-10 made it easily accessible to get from Texas to Georgia. That was a big thing. It was just a straight shot all the way across the Southeast. But there's been a sort of a corridor of movement between places like Dallas, Houston, not necessarily to a lesser extent, South Texas. But these sort of major urban cities to places in Atlanta, to the point that when you know, migrants here started establishing bus routes, some of the very first bus routes were from Atlanta to Houston to Monterrey, and these have just been sort of migratory routes that we haven't really talked about quite yet, because again, they were happening sort of under the radar. But yeah, the connection's very much to sort of a labor history, as people were taking part in what we can call a stepped migration, really taking into their own hands, you know, their search for labor opportunities to be able to, you know, live the life they wanted and build the life they wanted for their families, as many of them narrated in their oral histories. So that's one of the connections. And I'll leave it there because I know we're short on time.
No, that's great. Thank you. Let me see if I can squeak a final question in for Sandra. Sandra, thank you for putting the links to the UTEP Institute of Oral History collection in the chat, as well as the Civil Rights in Black and Brown oral histories in the chat. Really important collections that will be of interest to many people. But final question, both of you are working in this period of the 1970s and the 1980s, and it's not a period in which many people think of as a kind of high point of Mexican-American civil rights. Oftentimes, when folks, to the extent they think about Mexican-American civil rights, think about it, they're thinking of the 1960s, broadly conceived. You're moving the timeline, it strikes me, both of you. And Sandra, I just wonder if you have any thoughts about the importance of moving the timeline into the 1970s and the 1980s, of doing the historical work on that period, and what we get as communities out of really thinking about the period that you were sort of leading the way and helping us to think about?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's so important to see movements and how they evolved in the long run, right? And so, yeah, I mean, I feel that the 1960s, the Chicano, especially for Chicano civil rights, right? We focus on, there are local episodes, but we focus on the kind of like larger national efforts, like the United Farm Workers, right? The student movement. We focus also, you know, on Jorge Gonzalez and kind of like that evolution of these, you know, grassroots movements, but on a much regional and larger scale. And often we can overlook how, for example, like what was, you know, even though El Paso was heavily involved in the United Farm Workers movements, helping with the boycotts and protests, you know, it's not shifting, you know, politically for them on an urban landscape level, right? So these local movements are super crucial for us to understand the evolution of civil rights. And, you know, the 70s presents a new kind of ball game, one that it's that people have taken the lessons, right, or what they've seen in the Chicano civil rights movement, what's worked, what doesn't work, how they can evolve those ideologies and employ them into the local landscape, but also thinking more in a larger, broader scale, right? What's happening politically in the United States, right? So in my case, in the case of activists in South El Paso, what's happening is that we're moving, when it comes to urban renewal, we're moving away from destruction, right? And in an attempt, and I'm putting into quotes because that's not necessary, in theory, it's not practice, in an attempt to have community voices represented in urban redevelopment programs. Like, you know, we have model cities come out in the late 60s, you have, you know, the urban development and action grants that is bringing, you know, both private and public partnerships to redevelop the urban landscape, and attempts to put citizen participation in the middle, but they're not. And so the Southside activists take this citizen participation in these projects as crucial for them to be a part of the conversation. And so they're taking both, you know, the economics and politics and how they shifted into the 70s and 80s to heart, and melding, right, like bringing these intersections of lessons from the Chicano movement and kind of what's happening on a more broader national scale.
Thank you. I think moving from, you know, the national to the local and then back again is really critical in this period, as you say. And I want to thank both of you again. I'd love to hear you talk each for another hour, but we have to wrap this session. There's other things to move on to. But thank you so much for your leadership and your hard work and your important, you know, community-based research and writing that's going to be so important for telling the histories of Mexican-American civil rights in the future. And at this point, I want to turn the so-called microphone back to Dr. Sarah Zenaida Gould and to Paul Ruiz. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Yami. That was wonderful. We have so much work that is going on right now, and that will continue to come from these younger scholars. MACRI is only 2 years old, but basically what excites me so much about Dr. Enriquez and Dr. Rodriguez's work is that means we have years worth of scholarship to bring to the general public. So this fantastic stuff is happening at universities across the country, and MACRI has the opportunity moving forward to bring some of that scholarship to the general public so that everyone can know this exciting research is happening, that it's being documented, and let's get the word out. So thank you so much to these brilliant scholars. I do hate to say it, but that does bring us to the end of our 2-day virtual symposium. It has been an amazing 2 days of thought-provoking learning and sharing. I want to thank everyone who has joined us. I want to thank all of our wonderful speakers, as well as all of you who have spent time watching, commenting, and asking questions. Thank you so much for being with us. Over the past 2 days, we've heard from academics, we've heard from community activists, we've heard from practitioners across the country who are working to highlight Mexican American civil rights history and contemporary issues. We hope you not only enjoyed the 2021 virtual symposium presentations, but also will leave the symposium feeling inspired and filled with courage, valor for change. If you missed any of the symposium presentations, they will be archived on YouTube and Facebook, so you can watch them later on, share them with your friends, share them with your family. We would really appreciate that. I also want to thank our symposium sponsors, AARP, the OCI Group, and Creative Civilizations, as well as MACRI's funders, the City of San Antonio, Bexar County, and all of the individual donors who help make our work possible. Now, I'd like to invite our board chair, Dr. Paul Ruiz, to share some closing thoughts. All right, here we have Dr. Ruiz.
Hold on, Sarah. Okay. So, buenas tardes. We come to the end and we're going to close the way we began. But I want you all to know that we are truly honored by your presence, your participation in our Courage Symposium, our Valor Symposium. And we look forward to continuing these relationships over the next year. As all of you have gathered, our first annual symposium was designed to be a national conversation. We brought together historians and activists to share their knowledge, their experience, as well as their passion with all of us in our efforts to increase understanding, increase awareness, and yes, increase support for the Mexican American history of civil rights, housed now by MACRI. All of us are MACRI, civic leaders, school district board of trustees, city and county elected officials, superintendents and college presidents, teachers and professors, and yes, parents and grandparents and students. All of us are MACRI because all of us are this history. And therefore, I urge all of you to please consider digging into your pockets. Digging into your pockets, because all of us have been blessed as a result of the Chicano Civil Rights Movement. We have hundreds of doctors and hundreds of lawyers and hundreds of business owners who have made their livelihood possible in no small measure because of the angels that were there 50 years ago, pushing and opening doors for all of us and for all our children and grandchildren and into the future, our great-grandchildren. So I ask you to check our website, check our Facebook, and go to the Patronato. The Patronato is a small segment of MACRI designed to entice $1,000 donors, families and individuals who are willing to donate $1,000 to help MACRI do its work. I urge you to join me and others in supporting MACRI because this work cannot continue without the community owning MACRI. Somebody was asking me, how long do I think MACRI will last? It'll last as long as we want it to. MACRI is not a restaurant. MACRI is our living room. And I urge you to talk to your family members and your spouses and find ways to contribute. Gracias, and thank you for joining us over these last 2 days. And we're eager to hear from you and your advice so that we can improve the work we do. Thank you.